buildings with the help of nonprofits starts happening. You see, many people think the mayor wants to crush landlords just because he believes in the abolition of private property, which might be true, but what he really wants is what all communists want, to take that property away and use it for their own agenda, which means it'll be privately controlled by the communists at the top, who want nothing more than to transform America.
The freeze will impact more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants throughout the city.
It's going to do so much to really affect my life in a good way.
I feel very good because in New York, that's one of the biggest problems that we have, rent.
I have a rent-stabilized apartment. Why would I move? If you can't afford your apartment, would you leave?
Rent control is a subsidy of the middle class by the lower middle class and the poor, and those who have been here a while, who can stay in a rent-controlled apartment and pass it down from generation. It's like a legacy benefit. What we ought to have is fairness, not luck.
And when I see the Mandamis of the world, they're basically offering these ideas. They claim they're progressive. They're really regressive. They're things that the founding fathers rejected. They're ideas that have failed throughout history.
Our rights here given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it.
People said this was a myth, but one of the people who works with the mayor, they got this nonprofit all geared up with billions to get their hands on buildings. And what nobody's talking about is this right here really is the worst thing that could possibly happen to the average working New Yorker who just wants an affordable place to live, which also isn't an absolute unmaintained disaster. You see, the mayor can freeze rents all he wants forever, but if the cost to run those buildings eclipses the rent the buildings bring in, they're going to go bankrupt. Repairs aren't going to happen. Superintendents are going to get fired, and people are going to end up homeless. Or if they have homes, they'll be able to afford them, yes, but for how long? We're talking about apartments that have government-regulated rents. Some of these are over 100 years old. How long's a place that's over 100 years old going to last if nobody takes care of it? Obviously not very long. And that's a problem because, you see, while the mayor has this plan all geared up to confiscate buildings, the city's already got its own buildings, and they're a disaster. Just ask the people who live there. Meanwhile, 6,000 units under the city's care are unable to be lived in because guess what? They're too expensive to renovate, which is going to happen to every building in town if the city were to control them all. But that brings us to the real reason the communists are so excited to get their hands on these buildings. This has never been about affordability. That's been the excuse, yes, but it's actually about something else. And that would be control. Because if you look at the mayor's accusations, he threw our country under the bus on its 250th birthday, saying it's been controlled by the wrong people since the get-go, while putting forth ideas of open borders and the communist theft of property he says are going to make New York City the best place to live on earth and a model for our entire country, which is the greatest country to ever exist and has always been that way.
I'm glad this is going on, so now these people can wake up and see that the socialism does not work. Socialism does not work. Socialism cousin does not work, period. If it worked, go where the Berlin was at. People forget about the Berlin Wall. When the Berlin Wall fell down, nobody ran to the communist side. They ran to the other side. People forget history, man. On the real. Good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Name is Deunta. Everybody is welcome, except for bots and trolls. You know what I'm saying? You get that much time, get you a YouTube channel if you want to troll. Do your own thing. Other than that, let's get it. Let's have some fun.
Without communism, but nonetheless, the mayor says it's not that great. It's never been great. It's always been problematic. It's never been fair. It's always been rigged. And the way to fix that starts with your home watch.
Community opportunity to purchase, like mechanisms to municipalize more and more of the housing stock. And like if you have public housing over here, which New York City is blessed to still have a great deal of, private home ownership over here, what like there's a lot of policy mechanisms that can take everything that's on like the right and like move it towards, I'm on a podcast, so like I can't believe I'm visualizing this, but move things in the spectrum to municipalize that. And there's lots of things that New York City has done over 100 years to do that, and we could do it again.
Community land trust, I see Zoran, you reacted to that.
He
did. Break it down for us what a community land trust is. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like SIA's, I get most of my knowledge on housing from SIA. So if you get it from me, it's just not coming from the source.
Oh, wow.
Community opportunity.
So the mayor says that all of the knowledge he gets for how housing is supposed to work comes from a person who wants to confiscate privately held housing and bring it over to the government somehow, using laws and rules and fines and whatever tools the government has at its disposal to just get its hands on personal property. And if the mayor the rent freeze was such a big deal. It's step one in the direction of communism. But in a city with $5,000 rents, how does a building become such a disaster that it can't make any money?
And at the heart of all this is who? The tenants. Is people going to live in subpar housing? When you talk about the rent freeze, the density of rent-stabilized housing is in the Bronx, is in Washington Heights. Families that built this city. They've been living in 30, 40 years. Remember, I'm sure you got family in Washington Heights.
Come on. Sherman Ave, what else? You know what I'm saying? Familiar, what up?
But when their rents are just below the operating cost, when the city makes it more expensive on property taxes, water, labor, insurance, you name it, they're squeezing the operation. That shows up as a tenant experience. So yeah, they can sell the building, but who's still there? And at the heart of all...
And who would buy a building that by law is worthless? Nobody's going to want that building. But there's one group that doesn't think it's worthless. There's one group that caused all this on purpose and can't wait to get their hands on that worthless building because it helps them do something.
What I am envisioning is a world in which the housing is owned by a collective and people are paying 40% of their income in order to live in their housing. If your income is zero, you pay zero. If your income is $500,000 a year, you're paying 30% of that. And the government is providing the government is the sort of owner, or not even the owner. The government doesn't have to be the owner, but the government is what's making sure all of that sort of works and cash flows.
So the government doesn't have to be the owner of the property. It just has to be the referee that decides who the owner is, how much people pay to live there, and what type of house they get. And according to these individuals, the government should decide that if you earn nothing, you pay nothing. And then if you earn the most money in the world, you pay 30% of the most money in the world. And each group gets the same apartment no matter what it is. Pick the house you want. That's the house you get. Everybody gets the same house. I mean, that is not fairness at all. That does not do anything to encourage hard work. And if that's your housing system, everybody who pays zero is going to love it. But everybody who has to pay for everybody else to have the same house as them, they are going to pack their bags and flee. But I've heard some of you in the comments saying, oh, these landlords, why don't they just sell the building? If they...
Yep, New York, you got what you wanted, man. Y'all wanted the dumb shit. And the same thing for Chicago. Now Chicago, you know what I'm saying, voters remorse. Brandon Johnson was like 10% approval rate. Yo, that's crazy. Brandon Johnson said all that money to the illegals. Now he not calling Trump bad. Now he quiet. He not even dissing Trump. He was heavily dissing Trump. Now you barely hear him say anything bad about Trump. Him and JB. I live in Illinois. I'm from Chicago. I live in Rockford now. And JB, both of them quiet because that federal fund money, they need it. And Trump is like, yeah, you want it, but nah, you keep dissing me. You guys ain't doing the money right. Y'all keep on sending it to the illegals. You don't care about the American people. That shit crazy. Right, who is AI? Because I'm definitely not AI. I'm definitely real. Welcome to the chat. Name is Deunta. Welcome. Let's continue. And this is Cash Jordan. He lives in New York. He's a realtor and a YouTuber.
They can't make it work, and they're doing such a terrible job taking care of it, and their tenants are living in such dire conditions. Why don't they just sell it and give it to somebody who can do a better job? Well, the problem is that's impossible, and I'm going to show you why. Check this out. This is insane. So, $1.3 million gets you a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment. It can also get you a home in the Bronx for the same price, or it gets you an entire building with 24 different apartments. Now, why does the building that has 24 apartments, why is that the same price as one apartment? Well, because all...
Lady, who is AI? You thought my channel was AI? Welcome to the chat. No, this channel is real. It ain't fake here. Common sense. Two genders. American first, baby. Welcome, welcome. Love everybody. If you don't like them, pray for them. If you don't like them, pray for them. That's it. Simple stuff. And move on.
The units in the 24 building apartment are stabilized. They're not allowed to make any money. Therefore, the whole building is a loss, whereas the 2-bedroom may actually appreciate. The Bronx home may actually appreciate. Those have a future. The 24 apartments that have been regulated out of existence have no future. They are worthless. Do not buy that building. Nothing is going to change unless, I guess, you're 20 years old and you want to wait until maybe you're 80 to see if the laws change. If you're willing to wait that long, play the really, really long game while the city taxes you and fines you and punishes you and tries to confiscate that building, go ahead. But why is it the communists don't think taking people's homes and taking them over and transforming them is a stupid idea? Why are they so big on that? Why do they want your home so bad? Here's why.
We all had to sit and watch that vile commie mayor sit on the wrong side of our founding fathers' desk to try and lecture us about our own history. Notice how the communist always attacks your history. The communist must attack your history. Why? Because history is what anchors you. It's what makes us attached to something. Erasing history is how you demoralize people, how you unmoor them and detach them from their society so you can take it from them and rewrite it in your image.
Oh, so that's why they want your home so bad. They want to take over where you live, literally and figuratively, so that it can be theirs. They want to run the whole thing, and that's why they're so big on housing. They want housing to be their gift to every single person. They want people to be homeless if it's not for the government. And that's why we've got these things like rent freezes in New York and these ideas of confiscation. You need the rent freeze to create the crisis that you can then use to have a bunch of dilapidated buildings all over the place and point the fingers at these greedy landlords who by law aren't allowed to make any money because it costs this much to renovate these places and the place is only worth this much per month. So now what? Now what are they supposed to do? They can't do anything. They can't sell the building to get out of these obligations. Somebody new can't come in and do anything. There is no way around this. It is the law that these places are worthless, and now the rent's frozen. And the goal of the communists is to come in and preserve this housing with other people's money while they still have access to it so that the little guy can say, oh, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to put your photo on the wall right behind me and have it right over the dinner table so that my whole family can always look at you and be grateful to you and the communists for preserving our lives. Thank you so much. That is the new memory we're going to have, is that we have a home because of the communists. And the reason this works is because that historic identity that people have as Americans, all the great things about our country, those things are hidden from people and are told to people that they are actually evil. And that our country's been run by oppressors. It is the worst place you could possibly live in and has been unfair from the get-go. And that's why they're all open to communism, because they think it's their only option. They think they're living in the worst country on earth when they're actually living in the best country on earth with the highest standard of living.
I don't get it. Which one is it? America is a bad place, but yet they want open borders to bring people in because America is a good place. That's why they're letting them in. But at the same time, they bashing it. Which one is it, man? The Democrat Party don't know what the hell they want to do. They confused. That's why you got grown men and women walking around with fucking inflatable suits on. Frog suits and T-Rex suits walking around hot as hell, protesting and whistling and shit. Go sit down, cut some grass. Go read a book, read the Bible. These people out here hot as hell with these suits on, dedicated. That's why us Republicans, MAGAs, American First people, we got to get out there and vote, man. Beat these people, because these people got plenty of time to do stupid shit. They got time to go out there, agitate ICE agents, and then get them stupid ass shot. And they want to blame everybody else for the stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how much time they got. They got time to go out there and get themselves shot. We got to go out there and vote these people, man. Outvote these Democrats, these liberals, these libtards, how you want to put it. We got to go out there and vote them. Vote back in common sense and keep it going for the next decade and longer. Period. You cannot have no socialism. It does not work, and they know it don't work. Because if it worked, where did it work at? Because it didn't work here. America is 250 years for a reason. Not because of damn communism or socialism. Because of capitalism. God damn it. We the people.
Ever.
To approve a 0% increase on both 1 and 2-year leases. Renters say the measure was necessary as they struggle to combat inflation and cuts to social services.
It's going to do so much to really affect my life in a good way.
I feel very good because in New York, that's one of the biggest problems that we have. You know, rent is high and we really needed it stabilized.
Mayor Mamdani, who campaigned on freezing the rent, insisted the board's decision would be fair.
After he put every single person on the board who made the decision that he campaigned on. But I have a question for these folks. If the rent's already too high, if it's already unaffordable, what good does stabilizing it do? It's just now stabilized at an unaffordable level. You don't have anything to look forward to. If your fixed income has been deteriorated by rent increases, and now those rent increases are frozen and your income's still fixed, you're not actually better off. And now the landlord can't make any money on the building, and the building's going to fall apart. And here's the other problem that we have here. The reasons people can't afford things in New York have nothing to do with the greed of landlords. It has to do with a system that has been designed so that those landlords will fail. They aren't allowed to make money. They aren't allowed to build new buildings. They can't just go to an empty plot of land, buy it, and put something there. That's not going to happen. That's why we have empty land in a city where you can charge $5,000 for a market rate apartment. They're not letting people build new market rate apartments. But if you were to bring in hundreds of thousands of apartments, estimates say we need about 400,000 apartments over the next 10 years to keep pace with current demand. Well, if you were to dump all those on the market tomorrow, people would have options. Right now, they don't. Right now, no one moves. Right now, people are in rent-stabilized apartments, and they will never give those up. You don't have any turnover. You don't have people moving out of these places. That's why they are such disasters when they move out, because people live in a place for 40 years, and then finally it comes back on the market, and the landlord's like, well, I'm going to have to go into debt for the rest of my life to pay this thing off if I want to renovate it, because it's not going to earn any money, so I don't. That's how we get these derelict properties. That's why the housing stock in New York City is evaporating. We need more supply. That's what's going to defeat the idea of landlord greed. If you have a landlord with an old building and he's making bank charging $5,000 a month for one-bedroom apartments, the worst thing to happen to him is for another building to show up that charges less than what he's making, because then he gets a pay cut. Then he has to compete. Then he's got to renovate his building. Right now, he can't renovate his building. You see, the hands of communism have created a crisis by tying the hands of these landlords behind their backs, and the goal is to take these properties. But guess who's not dealing with an affordability crisis in this city?
For this proposal, the mayor's salary would climb to just over $305,000 annually. That's a roughly $47,000 jump from his current paycheck, though Mayor Mamdani has previously said he won't accept any raise in his first term. The independent commission says this is not a raise, rather a cost of living adjustment, but critics argue the timing is tough when many New Yorkers are facing an affordability crisis.
Yeah, so the mayor said he didn't want a raise, but now he's saying that this cost of living adjustment isn't actually a raise because he's underpaid. Meanwhile, everybody else is struggling in New York. And you know what? The money from his raise, according to communism, should be going to everybody else, but that's not how it works. Communism always enriches the leaders. They don't deal with affordability. You do, but they don't.
Everything is raising up. And some of us staying broke. I'm broke.
While everyday New Yorkers are feeling the financial squeeze, City Hall is getting ready to debate a hefty salary hike for top elected leaders.
I wonder what conclusion they're going to come to.
Right now, already having trouble.
An independent advisory commission, legally required to review elected officials' salaries every 4 years.
Are they going to be as independent as the independent board that was established by the mayor and just pushed through his rent freeze? I wonder about that.
And we're so excited that the Rent Guidelines Board decided to freeze the rent, not just for 1 year, but for the first time in New York City history for 2 years.
Jan Lee, whose family has owned this Chinatown building for nearly a century, is crying foul, accusing the Rent Guidelines Board of freezing rent, despite mounds of data he says shows rising costs for landlords.
They're not even hiding the bias anymore. The mayor had campaigned on a rent freeze. He appoints 75% of the board, and now he's got his hand on the scale.
I wonder how independent these people are.
But its new report court now recommends an 18.2% pay increase.
Wow.
The three-person panel appointed earlier this year by Mayor Mamdani argues city leaders have not gotten a pay bump since 2016. Their main sticking point, a 31% rise in inflation since their last raise.
My gosh.
Under their recommendations, the mayor's salary would increase to just over $305,000.
So, the mayor appoints everybody on the rent stabilization board that then recommends an independently verified need for a rent freeze. And now he gets to appoint everybody on the panel that determines how much the mayor gets paid, and they come to the independent conclusion that to make $100,000 less than the president of the United States. That's wild. But this is how...
Now the highest government-funded daycare in Minnesota has pleaded guilty to daycare fraud. Where's Tim Waltz in the media now?
The Quality Leering Center.
Quite frankly, they used the Somali population to commit the fraud. Ilhan Omar should be disgraced of what she did to the Somali population.
Mr. Shirley, I'll start with you.
Today I'm here in Washington, D.C. to testify in front of the Senate about widespread fraud. I actually just finished my time here. However, what you guys are going to see is actually crazy. For this hearing, these are supposed to be filled with Republicans and Democrats. We're talking about fraud. Fraud affects both Democrats, Republicans. Not a single dollar inside the United States says Republican or Democrat. However, not a single Democrat even showed up to the hearing today. The ranking Democrat member showed up for just a few minutes, and what he did was actually try to go and attack me, but he wouldn't even ask me a single question.
We need to restore the strong, experienced, and independent watchdogs who have a proven track record of fighting fraud and getting money back for the American people, rather than amplifying sensationalized social media that takes them more focused on getting views than on actually getting the truth.
The Democrats just completely did not even show up. It was only Republicans that talked about widespread fraud. And so think about that. You have senators of the United States who are not even showing up to hearings that we are paying them to go to. We pay for all the salaries of these individuals here, and not a single Democrat showed up. I don't even want to make this Republican or Democrat issue. However, that's just the facts. Not a single Democrat showed up on a hearing about fraud, and you are paying for their jobs. You're paying their salaries, you as the United States taxpayer. That's almost like fraud itself to not show up to your own job. Imagine if you didn't show up to your own job. What would happen? You wouldn't get paid. These people don't even show up, yet they still get paid. That's absolutely crazy. On top of the Democrats not showing up, they actually brought someone to testify against me, and that person they brought is blind. So we're talking about fraud, yet they bring someone who actually cannot even see the fraud. Nothing against blind people, but that's just a fact that the person they brought to the hearing to testify against me, his vision is impaired. He actually cannot see the fraud. And now let's get into me testifying and then also answering the questions back from the senators. However, really quick, if you guys want to help support the work we're doing, you guys can go to antifraudclub.com. We still have the Quality Leering Center t-shirts and hoodies available. And we also have, just for this last month, we have the America 250 Anti-Fraud Club pieces as well. So if you want to support our work, that's the best way to do it. There's also a donation feature on that website as well at antifraudclub.com. The link is in the description and in the pinned comment down below. And now let's get into testifying in front of the Senate.
He is an independent journalist known for his on-the-ground investigations, which he publishes on his social media pages and the Anti-Fraud Club website. Mr. Shirley.
My name is Nick Shirley. I'm a 100% independent journalist who seeks each day to serve we the people of the United States with the mission to show the world the reality of things as they really are. America was built and created by strong men and women who loved America and never would have thought to rob, steal, or cheat from its very own citizens. Unfortunately today, America's good faith has been abused by others, often foreigners who seek to harm, rob, and cheat America. Through my efforts, I've exposed billions of dollars of fraud and helped save America hundreds of billions for years to come. When we talk about fraud, we are talking about money that is being stolen from hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. This issue has nothing to do with political parties. No dollar says Republican or Democrat on it. When a fraudster commits fraud, he or she steals from all of us. Last December, I published a 43-minute long video exposing widespread fraud in Minnesota. That video became one of the most viewed videos in internet history and gained over 4 billion views in just 7 days across all forms of media. The fraud was so obvious that the fraudsters weren't even trying to hide it. The infamous Quality Leering Center was born, and that video has become one of the most consequential videos in American history by the amount of legislation it has created. Since posting it, over 30 bills have been created and introduced in Congress regarding fraud. A new fraud task force has been created, and the Treasury is working on new systems to stop fraud at unprecedented levels. I helped ignite a war on fraud across the country. People often wonder how come this fraud became so big and how come it becomes so rampant. And the reason is because no one actually ever really looked into it. When Elon Musk offered to help by creating Doge, people burned his factories, bombed his cars, and politicians even celebrated his company's stock going down. Elon was right when he said the fraudsters complained the loudest. By exposing the fraud, I actually also exposed the politicians and media who worked for years to cover it up. Governor Tim Walz labeled my work as white supremacy and called me a far-right delusional conspiracy theorist. Meanwhile, he dropped out of re-election, and he even said he has ended his political career. Now, the highest government-funded daycare in Minnesota has pleaded guilty to daycare fraud, and the largest autism bust in American history has been exposed. Where is Tim Walz in the media now? It just so happens that over 80% of the fraud committed in Minnesota is by the Somali population. After Minnesota, I exposed widespread fraud in California within the daycare and hospice community, where an impossible 1/3 of Americans on hospice care were set to die in Los Angeles. The next day, the governor, Gavin Newsom, posted an AI-generated image of myself trying to mock and discredit my work. Only days later, he and his attorney general both tried to take credit for exposing the fraud. Now the Attorney General's wife has created a bill that would make it criminal to expose fraud. The Stop Nick Shirley Act, also known as AB 2624, will help fraudsters cover up their crimes and prevent themselves from being exposed, specifically in immigrant communities. Politicians often use immigrant communities to commit fraud. Why would they allow this to happen? In California, Medi-Cal, their Medicaid program, has now more than doubled from $108 billion in 2022 to a proposed $222 billion, while enrollment has only rose by less than 1%. The system is filled with bad actors and fraudsters. In New York City, government-funded adult daycares pay for elderly Koreans and Chinese to play ping pong and do tai chi at the taxpayer's expense. An impossible number of patients are registered, and those patients receive kickbacks for attending and signing up their friends. Over $2 billion has gone to these fraudsters at the taxpayer's expense. And I'm just one person doing the work of many people. If the government and media is not going to do their job to help America, it's the responsibility of strong men and women, however old they may be, to do it. I am doing it. Despite the threats and burdens that come, it must be done. I'm doing it with the help of everyday Americans that government-paid officials are supposed to do. And the media teams across the country have millions of dollars to do this, yet they don't look into this fraud. They've actually quite literally failed us. If we as Americans do not stand up to protect our country, we will lose our country. The fraud is so rampant in the United States, I could go to all 50 states and uncover millions of dollars of tax dollars being defrauded, wasted, and abused. It is my wish while sitting in front of you guys today that you take action and help Americans by cracking down on all the fraud. And to simply put Americans first. Thank you.
Mr. Shirley, again, I commend you on your phenomenal journalism. Quite honestly, when I saw that happening, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't my staff do those videos? Journalism is crucial to this. You're a partner in what we need to do. And it's only because of those videos that expose that we have any chance of trying to rein in this beast. But you mentioned the Stop Nick Shirley Act. What is that? I mean, can you describe that in greater detail?
Yeah, so that's a bill that's been created by Mia Bonta, the wife of the Attorney General of California. And the official title is AB 2624, and it's to make it essentially illegal to expose and to film outside of immigration support service providers. That means any entity that provides services to illegal migrants, whether that be healthcare or legal fees. If I were to go out and film a video in front of one of these locations, perhaps an NGO like Churla that's received over $80 million from the government, and they give me a piece of paper and they say, hey, you cannot publish that video. If that bill passes, it'll be illegal for me to.
So it really ought to be renamed the Protect Medicaid Fraudster Act. This would probably be a better description of that, correct?
Correct.
Why do you think you have such pushback from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, from just the denigration here from the ranking member, from Governor Newsom? Why is that? You would think trying to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse would be a completely nonpartisan issue.
Because they quite frankly need the fraud. They actually need the fraud.
I want to run several questions past you, and I've got several big issues. But Shirley, how are you identifying initially what you're actually finding? Like, what's the tip that you're saying, I think there may be fraud there? How are you identifying that?
Yeah, a lot of the time I go through these databases and look for the largest amount of funding, and then also looking for the anomalies that come. For instance, in New York City, at these adult daycares, there were 7,899 patients enrolled into a daycare, an adult daycare, and they received $12.9 million. And I go to that daycare, it's there's only one floor, and it'd be quite frankly impossible to enroll that many patients into that daycare.
Yeah. So it's just going through the available public data on it.
Yes, and then also relying upon Americans. For instance, I learned about the...
What's up, chat? What's up, everybody? Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Name is Deunta. Everybody is welcome. Welcome. I said we got the Democrats in the chat. I said we got the libs. Welcome. Not a problem. I know you keep on mentioning about the Epstein files. You know that stuff is old and played out, bro. All that stuff is being debunked and played out and old.
Minnesota fraud from Minnesotans. I went there and they told me, hey, finally you're here to make a video on the fraud. I said, well, what are you talking about? And they said, well, this fraud's happening. And so then after that, for 6 months, I looked for that information about the fraud.
Mr. Shirley, I'll start with you. The previous Controller General of the GAO had been in office since 2011. What were you doing in 2011?
Playing football and basketball.
And what grade were you in?
At that time, I was 9 years old. So.
9? Gotcha. So you were 9 years old, and this person served for 15 years in government. We have this idea that maybe we double down on that process that failed for 15 years, that somehow we'd be better off. And yet you went in at your risk and exposed fraud. I'm going to take a different angle. How does it make you feel as somebody who's 25 years old to know that your generation is going to pay the bill for everything that's happened right now? We have $40 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
And yet your generation is going to pay the price.
Yeah, I think that's the sad thing is my generation's the one who's affected the most from this fraud and from the national debt. It's extremely hard for anyone my age to buy a home, even just to be able to accumulate the money to have a down payment inside your bank account. It's very, very hard. And so when you see a fraudster who literally opens up a Leering Center and they receive $1.9 million, and that was going on for years, and no one ever did anything. We had all this oversight. We had everyone knew about the fraud, but everyone was too afraid to talk about the fraud because of what would happen to them.
And what do you mean what would happen to them? Is it impolite to say that somebody's defrauding the government because there's of some certain race or gender or national origin? Is that somehow racist to say you should not steal money from the federal government?
It's not racist, but politically it can be seen as racist. They may label you as Islamophobic or a racist.
Right, they keep on talking about the Epstein files, but they cool with the open borders. They cool with letting, you know what I'm saying, grown-ass men coming in here to America, and it's been proven that they had, you know what I'm saying, unalived our women, they have raped our young girls, all that. But they want to fight for them. They cool with that, though, but they keep on talking about some damn Epstein files. You guys are retarded. You guys are insane. Y'all cool with the borders being open. Allow anybody to come in here unvetted, don't want to assimilate. And it's been proven that these people have done sexual acts to a young lady. Just in Minnesota, some dude, an immigrant, twice with a 10-year-old girl, and Tampon Tim gave him a pardon. And the man said that's tradition in his culture, where he's at. He's from over there, but he wants to come over here and mess with a 10-year-old. And he goes to jail, but then he gets pardoned. So now instead of him getting deported like he's supposed to, Tampon Tim deports him. He pardons him. 10 pardon him, so now you can't get deported. You guys are insane. You guys are sick. You keep on talking about this damn Epstein files, but the Democrat Party constantly keeps showing you they the ones are the party of perverts and freaks. It's not that hard. It's on TikTok, it's on Instagram, any platform. They freaks, man. It's obvious. Anybody that takes that much time to put that much makeup on their face and a fucking wig and shoes that can't fit their feet and say that they're a woman, knowing they're a grown-ass man, you can cut yourself or don't cut yourself, doesn't matter. Your DNA doesn't change. You a man or you a woman, period. Because your mind told you that doesn't mean that's the case. What's going on, man?
Frankly.
Well, I think profiles encouraged wouldn't be something that would be written about the current members of the Democrat Party for sure. And because, again, you think you would agree that they're just afraid of being labeled that way and that fear drives them away from even attending a hearing like today?
Yeah, definitely. And it's very sad to see that they put that's their priorities, is to make sure that they're not labeled as a racist or Islamophobic for exposing fraud or for exposing what's happening inside a community. And quite frankly, they use the Somali population to commit the fraud. Ilhan Omar should be disgraced of what she did to the Somali population.
And when you look at people in your generation can't afford a car, can't afford a house.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Name is Deunta. Welcome to the chat, everybody. Welcome. Like, share, and subscribe.
Don't see how in the future you'd be able to retire with any kind of dignity. And yet somebody can break into our country illegally, be provided a luxury hotel room in New York, 3 meals a day, maid service once a week, free education, free healthcare. What goes through your head when you think about that?
Like, how does this happen? We're putting foreigners oftentimes above American citizens. And it's very, very sad to see.
YouTube journalist Nick Shirley's visit to the Quality Leering Center helped all of us leer how easy it is to get away with fraud in Minnesota. The Leering Center was given $10 million of taxpayer money to provide child care, yet Mr. Shirley's footage showed that there were not even any children present.
All the children.
Despite what we were able to see with our own eyes, Minnesota officials insisted that the Leering Center and other questionable child care centers exposed by Nick Shirley were, quote, operating as expected. And folks, that is exactly the problem. It's the grift that keeps on giving. You are called a, quote, delusional conspiracy theorist, end quote, by Minnesota Governor Walz and accused of, quote, grandstanding by the state's attorney general. And similarly, when you expose Medicare hospice fraud in California, Governor Newsom's office responded by tweeting, quote, Shirley is the fraud. So, Mr. Shirley, why do you think politicians are trying to stop people like you who are exposing corruption rather than those who are actually committing the fraud?
Well, first off, it's very sad that 2 governors of the United States would even post that about somebody who's exposing fraud. Mm-hmm. All I've done is try to help America, and I've done it. They quite frankly aren't. That's why they're so angry about it, because they actually rely upon the fraud in order to continue to push their agendas inside their states.
Right.
That's why they get so mad when the fraud gets exposed, because that money oftentimes goes back into the hands of not necessarily the politicians, but what fuels those politicians to be able to do what they want to do inside their state.
Right, and it's a sad state of affairs. But what we see every day, Washington is losing up to $521 billion to fraud every year. The offices of Inspector General have a combined yearly budget of nearly $4 billion. Similarly, GAO has an annual budget of more than $800 million. And I share that because they have hundreds of investigators and auditors at their disposal. Do you have billions of dollars at your disposal and endless resources to enable you to uncover fraud?
No, not at all. In fact, I have to spend tens of thousands of dollars just to stay safe now because of posts just like that from governors of the United States of America.
Exactly. And so with very little resources, you have been able to uncover fraud. And yet our federal government doesn't seem to be able to track it down.
I wanted this to be on the record. Never once has a Democrat politician ever congratulated me or said thank you for exposing this, or even reached out to say, hey, maybe come check out what's happening inside of our state. They are quite frankly complicit in the fraud. And that's why none of them are here today. Like,
maybe
what is this?
Complicit, trying to cover up something, aiding and abetting,
100%.
promoting their own political careers over tax-paying, hardworking Americans.
Mr. Shirley, I just want to start with you. I, for my part, want to say thank you for the terrific work you've done on exposing fraud all across the country, nowhere more so than in the state of Minnesota. You know, it's a funny thing. Not long ago, the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota was sitting right where you're sitting, Keith Ellison. And I had a question or two for him about the fraud in that state. And he said to me that, I mean, nobody could have found it. I mean, he didn't know anything about it. You know, he was completely in the dark until it was all blown open, and there's just nothing that would have tipped him off. I find that interesting because, near as I can tell, I mean, you were a 24-year-old independent journalist. You had a camera and a list of public spending records, right?
Correct.
So if this fraud was so hard to find, how did you manage to find it when none of the public officials in Minnesota could find it?
I simply went to the locations of the Leering centers and the daycares and asked to enroll a child, and there was no way to enroll a child into any of these daycares. In fact, there were no children to be seen anywhere.
So in other words, you asked a few questions and you looked. You actually looked to see if there was fraud.
Yes.
And you found it wide open everywhere, rampant.
Everywhere. And a lot of the Medicaid programs inside of Minnesota, from the non-emergency vehicles to transportation companies.
You know, I find it so interesting because Keith Ellison, when he was Attorney General way back in 2018, 2019, I think we've got a poster to this effect, was actually told and had multiple referrals made to his office about fraud in some of the very programs that you looked at. I mean, this is years ago now. He had official referrals made to him. He said, I just couldn't find any evidence of the fraud. Do you think maybe there's a little bit of corruption at the governmental level in the state of Minnesota? I mean, is that just maybe a possibility? Maybe some of these guys are maybe on the take, you think? I mean, possible?
Yeah, it's not even maybe or possibly, it's a certainty.
Yeah, I would say so too, and I can prove it to you. Keith Ellison, that guy, after overlooking $250 million in fraud, he took $10,000 in campaign contributions from the very people who were committing the fraud, who came to see him in his office, asked him to please get state investigators off of their backs, which he did, asked him to shut down the investigations, which he helped with, offered to give him money, which he accepted. I mean, I think that's the answer to why can't any of these people find the fraud? Because they're getting paid by the fraudsters. And here you are, 24 years old, got a camera, got the public records, ask a few questions, and it's everywhere to be seen. I mean, this kind of corruption, and it's what, sadly, the Democrat Party wants to bring to this country all across America. I don't know why guys like Ellison are not being prosecuted, I have to tell you. And he sat there and lied under oath right where you're sitting now. I asked him why he took this money. He said, I didn't take a dime. He took $10,000. It's on the record. I just want to commend you for what you've done.
We didn't talk about potentially the foreign organization of this, correct? $700 million in cash flowing out of the Minneapolis airport back to countries in Africa. Have either of you gentlemen kind of investigated the foreign sourcing or an organization of a lot of this fraud? I mean, we're opening up to foreign governments to fund their own operations.
Well, yeah, it's been proven that a lot of the money in suitcases that left Minnesota went back into the hands of people inside Somalia. And for instance, in New York City, where I just did an expose exposing this adult daycare fraud, nobody at these daycares actually knows who the owner is. A lot of them had just been hired within the past month. It's in Miami, you have the Cuban government running these DME companies that are fleecing and quite literally looting from Medicaid. A lot of foreign governments have infiltrated our Medicaid because it's so simple and so easy to defraud.
By the way, we know it's $700 million because government watched it go out. They let it go. They didn't even put the IRS on the case. It's truly remarkable what we're allowing to happen here. So again, Mr. Chairman, I commend you, like Senator Ernst did, for holding this hearing, and Ashley Moody. This is an incredibly important hearing, and it speaks volumes that only the ranking member showed up to denigrate Mr. Shirley's efforts. Quite honestly, that was why he showed up.
and not one of them are here talking about these hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars worth of fraud that we can't allow to continue because we are mortgaging your future. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recent polls show 76% of those surveyed say Chicago would be better off with a different mayor. How do you convince them otherwise?
Well, look, the people of Chicago elected me to invest in people in every single category as a relationship.
I'm so glad me and my wife left Chicago, man. We ain't have to worry about none of this trash. On the real, I'm so glad we had left. It's been going on, 3 years now we left. So happy. On the real. USA, baby.
To investments, they're up. I actually am humbled that the people of Chicago believe in my administration enough to have greater expectations than any other administration. That's what leadership looks like, and I'm humbled to do it.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that there's greater expectations? I don't know where I hear that. Because, and then the feedback.
It's more people right now that died in Chicago than Afghanistan. After this whole war started, it's more people that have died in Chicago than this war. You can Google it. That's fucked up. So many distractions, you understand? Don't look over here, look over here. Don't look over there, look over there. So much BS going on, man. Where's Black Lives Matter when people in Chicago constantly killing each other? They said in 2024, about 5,000 black women were unalived by black men. You know what I'm saying? No outrage, no protest. And then it's on the news. Let's go to ABC, go to Fox, or any channel, Chicago channel. It's there. Crime is not down. They report that crime is down, but crime is not down. Man, on the real, it's fucked up over there. It's messed up. And they keep voting for the same stuff. Since 1922, they keep voting Democrat. And they expect something different to happen. Period. How that works. You can't vote red one time in your life. You can't vote right one time. You can't vote Republican one time. You just got to keep on going right. And what happened to our grandparents back in the day? My grandma about to be 100, damn near. She's 97, about to be 98. Yeah, she went through that BS back then. She was born in 1920s and 30s. She seen the BS, went through the BS. But not now. She went through that, but we haven't. You know what I'm saying? And when they was being slaves, mostly it was just work. Some slaves got their ass whooped. Some slaves had it nice. Some slaves didn't. Some slaves had this. It's different stories to this. We don't know. We wasn't there. All we know we was told. All we had to do is go from there. You gonna hit to repeat itself? No. But as of right now, it's not gonna happen. We are good to go. That's why people are dying to get here. I don't understand how y'all don't get to see the picture. Y'all keep on going to the Democrat part. Keep on voting Democrat. Keep on voting 100%, 90% damn near. Like, come on, y'all. Wake up. And stop killing our babies. Keep having our babies.
Back instead is that the polling is poor. So I don't know how you interpret it that way.
Well, because maybe because I'm a middle child. Maybe it's because I'm a Bears fan. By the way, the Bears are undefeated in 2025, so we're off to a great start. Here's what I'm saying, though. Look, the people of Chicago voted for me to invest in them, and that's exactly what we've done.
They voted because he was black. Oh, he's black. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he might be the next Harold Washington. He is not Harold Washington. At all. Man, he black, vote for him. No.
And I'm going to continue to do that.
Where are you in making up your mind about running for re-election?
Well, I mean, look, I know that a lot of folks are paying attention to, campaigns and elections. The one in November, I believe, is the one that matters significantly. When you look at what's happening at the federal level, without control over the House and Senate, the Trump administration has had a devastating impact on cities across America. Again,
that's crazy. You want federal money, but you're going to diss the man that give you the money that you need it from. You call the man fascist. You don't need his help. He said he's going to bring the National Guard and bring in ICE. Both you and the governor say, nah, we cool. We cool. We don't need you. We cool. Now the money getting low and low. Now y'all quiet. Now you ain't calling fascists. Now it's shit crazy, man. All their money went to the illegals. Before me and my wife left Chicago, I was doing security and I was cutting hair in Chicago. I seen the illegals in front of the police station sleeping. And then all of a sudden they started getting to these hotels, started driving, you know what I'm saying? On the real. Some of these people in Chicago, it was nasty as hell. They ain't never linking up with the people. Bring them in their house. Don't even know these people, but they was horny. They want to do some freaky shit with them. They did. People had an evil, crazy agenda. They was trying to use it for pimps. They were selling themselves. They out in the expressway, you know what I'm saying, begging for money. They camping outside. This shit crazy, man. And they was cool with it. Then at one point, people in Chicago woke up like, hold on. They starting to take up our resource. We ain't want this. Like, y'all come in, y'all cool, but y'all cutting our resource off. Yeah, Chicago waking up. Chicago gonna flip red. It's gonna be red eventually. If it ain't gonna be red, it's gonna be purple down there. Cause this is ridiculous.
As far as my political future, I believe at some point, I'll get a chance to have a deeper conversation with my wife and those who are closest to me. But in the meantime, what matters most in this moment is ensuring that every single young person gets an opportunity to work this summer.
Boy. So we got to talk about Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, who I love talking about because he is a great example of what you get when you vote for a socialist. When you put a socialist in office, what you get is exactly what's happening out in Chicago, right? In which Brandon Johnson has run the city.
He want to defund the police, but he got like 150 people protecting him. That's crazy. And then most of them cops, you got all these cops protecting you, but you want to defund the police. Insane. Thank you guys for subscribing. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for being in the channel. And Deunta, thank you. Let's go.
Into the ground. It was already a shithole before Brandon Johnson got elected. But he's made it even worse, right? Hard to believe, okay? And that is now reflecting in his poll numbers as he is potentially seeking re-election, right? The race for Chicago mayor is coming up here, okay, in several months, about 7 or so months. And candidates have started to kind of declare. And we all know that Brandon Johnson is not well liked, okay? The city council town hall meetings.
Oh yeah, Greg Foreman, he be coming with the stuff, man. The good receipts. He don't just stick to one news. He give you all the news outlets and different perspectives, and I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? On the real. Why not share it? Why not show it?
Have not gone very well for Brandon Johnson here lately.
He said he sucks. Well, go to another channel then, because I'm going to play another video. Welcome to the chat. Name is Deunta. Like, share, and subscribe. You guys are funny. Jeff, you say he sucked? Jeff Hansen? You funny.
You're not looking well at all. You look like somebody that's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he went my
And you're under a lot of pressure because you've misled a lot of people. You made people think that they have rights and power and authority that they don't have. And now you got to face the reality of that, right? See, the evidence of that is the mere fact that this morning, while we're sitting here waiting for you to come in here, some immigrant with a head wrap on came and had the audacity to tell me, Danny, and Zoe that we couldn't sit there.
That's crazy.
Somebody who don't even have the right to be in this country gonna tell us where we can sit. That's due to your leadership. That's due to you filling people's head with a bunch of nonsense. So let's cut through the chase. We told you, I know for a fact that I did, that we was coming for these seats.
Yeah, she's part of Chicago Flips Red. Yep, you know what I'm saying? My homie Vashawn, the Chicago conservative, Zoe, and Danny Carter. Danny Carter, she's planning on being a Republican mayor in Chicago when it comes down to running. So anybody in Chicago, check out Danny Carter. She's running for mayor. She's on point. Check her out. Danny Carter. Wish I was in Chicago. I'd be part of that group too. But by that time, I was out here. And then before I even started my own YouTube thing, I was doing my thing with my homie named Bombay. It was called Chicago Red Pill Podcast with Bombay and Deunta. But since I moved out here, things got kind of slow, so I had to continue it. Here we are. On the real, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause the truth got to get out there. Common sense. It's just irritating how these people keep on lying and gaslighting people. They keep on talking about my channel, other people that's conservative channel or MAGA. We propaganda. No, it's not. Propaganda when you guys constantly watching CNN or Fox News or any other channel more than any other channel. Or don't do the research at all. You heard a 10-second clip or a 10-second video, whatever you want to put it, 10-minute video, and you just run off with it. And that's it. Wow, no research, make sure. Like this Nathan Wells situation, or Nelson Wells, I'm saying his name wrong, forgive me, or Nolan Wells. We don't know what's going on, but everybody's assuming it's a race situation. We don't know what's going on. We not there. Half of us, you know what I'm saying, we're not there. They want to make it all of a sudden about race all of a sudden. Stop chasing for it. It's not there. And if it is, it'd be too late. You done cried wolf too many goddamn times. By the time you keep on crying wolf so many times, guess what? It's fatigue. Nobody don't care no more. This whole racism thing, nobody cares no more. Who gives a fuck? Grow up. Get out your feelings. Ain't nobody holding nobody down. Only person holding you down is yourself. Period. Only person holding you down is yourself. It's all in your head. It's all in your head, in your heart, in your soul, your core. It's all where is it at? Fix it. Do better. Everything's not about race.
That still stands, sir. All you got to do is look at how the Republican Party is moving. You don't see that redistricting? That's getting some of them seats for Republicans? You don't see that? You don't see how you then had to close your mouth, sir, about all this white supremacy and Trump stuff? Because he holding back on that money. That's how come that man that just came to this mic don't have his HIV money.
Damn.
Because you don't have no money. Because all the money that you had, you gave it to these illegal immigrants.
Talk about taxation. Chicago has a tax for everything. Water tax, grocery tax, tourist tax, hotel tax, bag tax, liquor tax, cigarette tax, the highest sales tax in the country by far, parking tax, surcharge of downtown parking, property lease tax, and streaming tax. The only thing that you all don't have a tax for yet is oxygen tax. And the only reason why you don't have a tax for that just yet is because you ain't figured out how to do it yet. But let me not speak too soon, because you probably might actually think it's a good idea and you're going to try to write it down. So let's go ahead and talk about, let's not forget about the good old sugar tax. Y'all remember y'all used to back in 2016 and you go to your favorite grocery store and you buy your favorite 24-pack of pop? Well, you paying more taxes on that pop than what the actual cost of it is. What you didn't know is that your buddy Brandon Johnson voted for that sugar tax. So it's not a surprise that he wants to pour a $40 million line of credit and put the city in even more debt than what we already are with the $1.2 billion deficit.
That is crazy, bro.
That because you gave half the money to illegals.
We have teenage anarchists that are running rampant throughout this city with the intention of causing mass destruction and disturbance. This mayor doesn't want to call these teen takeovers as riots or public disorder. Bring the prisons back. Bring jail time. Watch how fast all of this buffoonery ends within 24 hours.
Everything in America is not racist. It's only racist when you make it race. When you make it about race. Every incident that happens is not about race. I'm so glad that we got these body cams on these officers now. Because y'all made this as if officers just pick up anybody and whoop their ass. Now the body cam showing the opposite. They showing that people are not compliant. People are just being assholes. Narcissists. All this other BS. Not every cop is perfect. Period. We know that. But the majority of the time, you see these people out here tripping. You seeing them aiding and abetting. They leaving. They hopping out the cars, then they're killing themselves. The car then hit a ramp going 20 fucking feet in the air and lands. They still alive. Like, how in the fuck? Or the car flips down there 20,000 times. They still get out the car unharmed. These criminals are crazy, man. They dangerous. Respect the cops, man. And all the cops are perfect. We know that. Once again, the body cams be showing the narrative that they all want to see. Y'all want to talk about. No matter about how these body cams is proving the narrative that motherfuckers not complying. Any race, any color, period.
We need to lock up each one of these individuals that participate in actions such as these. You also can't have a nice day when someone's loved one or someone's child gets either injured or killed. Take a look at Sheridan Gorman, an innocent, sweet girl attending college at Loyola, gets brutally killed by an illegal alien. It's an absolute shame that the city of Chicago prevents.
Yeah, that's crazy. They fight for this person that don't even live here. But you got motherfuckers in jail here in America. Y'all ain't gonna fight for them. They right here. They close to home. They live here. But y'all ain't gonna fight for them. You're gonna fight for somebody else that don't live here. That's stupid. You don't know these people, but you want to invite them in your house. And have you guys seen on the news, few people had invited people from overseas to their house, or they go overseas and visit them, and they end up dead? This ain't no conspiracy theory. It's true. These people go overseas, or they invite somebody overseas, and they end up, you know what I'm saying, taken out. Shit crazy.
The CPD to coordinate the removal of these types of people that pose a danger to fellow Chicagoans.
Talk about Mayor Johnson for a second, because he's not said a lot. He's making jokes. It's kind of hard to read what his thinking is. Johnson has brushed off recent polls showing he's underwater with Chicago voters, but the mayor did offer this anecdote about a run-in with a constituent last week while security held the elevator for him inside City Hall. Take a listen.
But there was a woman there. She was a little older. And when she realized why she couldn't leave out, she saw me. She said, gotta wait for this guy. Which to me, this is the most Chicago response. Because that's love. Because this is how familiar Chicagoans are. And here's the part that was actually most humbling. She didn't necessarily suggest that she wouldn't wait for someone. Just not for this guy.
Yeah, so that is the woke mayor trying to laugh off the fact that he is the most unpopular and hated mayor in Chicago history. I mean, this guy is responsible for losing the Chicago Bears, right? Like,
how?
Like, clearly, he's going to go down in the history book as the worst mayor ever, right? Maybe in the history of this country. Right? So that being said, that is reflected in some of the polls, right, for Brandon Johnson, and he's going to...
Right, Bud's my brother. Bud Russ my brother. All you guys my brothers and sisters, man. Love you, Bud. Love all you guys, man, on the real. We got 2,222 subscribers. All because of you guys, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. On the real. You guys been with me for a long time.
Get confronted on the polls, on the career-ending news, really, because his career is basically over, at least as Chicago mayor, that is. And he's not going to be laughing this off right after this reporter confronts him with these numbers. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
This one's considered a gold standard poll from the University of Chicago, and it's providing an education on how badly Chicagoans view Brandon Johnson and how steep that climb is going to be for his reelection.
The revival and the resurrection of the city of Chicago.
The city that delivered him victory 3.5 years ago is delivering a starkly different message now. Polling out today from the Mansueto Institute for Urban Innovation at the University of Chicago shows just 13% of Chicagoans want Mayor Johnson to run again. 58% of Chicagoans say they're not excited by another campaign. His job approval now at 23%. That's down 2 ticks since December.
He needs some really big victories very quick.
Former Alderman Dick Simpson watches the Chicago political landscape closely.
This isn't just like whites unhappy with him. This is across all racial groups. And that makes it much more difficult.
Which is hilarious because he panders to black people, right? He panders to black people so much, but yeah, everybody hates him, right? He's always talking about reparations and black this, black that, right?
No color,
but
right?
It doesn't seem to work, right? Especially when you're taxing people to death, as you guys saw. Some of the complaints were that Brandon Johnson was not only giving away money to illegals, but also raising taxes on regular everyday citizens in order to pay for it, right? Nickel and diming them. And
Right, he came in and said he's not gonna raise property taxes. You know what I'm saying? Came right in and did it. He took care of the teacher union, you know what I'm saying? And I was part of the actually I was part of the union, but I did work for Chicago Public Schools. I was head of security at a high school. About a good 5.5 years. It was cool, but at the same time, I started saying how the kids can't read. They start graduating because they can show up on time, or they had perfect attendance that graduate. When it comes to writing and reading, or reading an analog clock, none of that. They couldn't do none of those things. You know what I'm saying? The valedictorian or the salutatorian, they graduated because of, like I said, once again, perfect attendance, or they ain't fighting nobody. This shit's stupid, man. And it's sad. And the kids be fighting each other over the most stupidest stuff in Chicago, or anywhere. The incident happened over the summer. The incident happened in July. School start back in, let's say, September or beginning of August. They start fighting each other. Like, dude, y'all ready to school start and whip each other's ass? And y'all see each other all summer long. Oh, y'all know where y'all gonna meet up, or you can see each other at. They wait to get to school to fight. I'm like, y'all crazy, man. If y'all gonna do that, man, do it without nobody don't know about it. They posted it, make it a whole live thing about it. I'm like, that shit's stupid as hell. Oh, it's definitely hot as hell outside. What temperature is? Let's see. Right now, let's say, right now it's 80 degrees for me. The last few days, it's been in the 90s. Yeah, it's called Chirac. I'm born and raised in Chicago, 43 years old. I worked on Madison and Laramie. Like I said, I worked at a high school in the West Side. I was a barber, I was security. I worked in the West Side, North Side. I worked all throughout the West Side of Chicago, South Side, worked downtown. I worked in the office. I did a lot of stuff in Chicago, man. So ain't no excuse. I get 2 trades, barber and security. No excuse, man. And I got a chance to be a bartender. And that's like 2 weeks of training. Just learning motherfucking different drinks and writing the shit down. Easy to get a bartender license. It cost like, what, at the time I did, it was like maybe $600, $700. It's not that hard.
Yeah, people at some point are going to get tired of that, right? I did a story about how the black Chicago residents got upset when their property taxes went up because of Brandon Johnson chasing the rich, right? The rich companies out of Chicago with his tax to rich agenda. Again, we see this same pattern over and over and over again. And at some point, race hustling, race politics is not going to save you, okay? But we're going to see, right? Black people tend to be the most incompetent voters, right? That's what I'll call them, incompetent voters. So who knows? They may put this guy back in office, or they may put somebody worse in office that simply comes out and, runs on being black, which is what Brandon Johnson did. And that's how he won, because black Chicagoans put him in office.
I'm not ashamed of Chicago because Chicago voted for it. That's they stupid ass. I'm in Rockford. I ain't vote for none of that shit. I live in Rockford now. I've been stopped voting Democrat. After the Obama first term, that was my first and last time voting Democrat. That was it. Fuck that. Beetlejuice was black too. Are you good to hear the truth? Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of people was Democrat. Shit, Trump was a Democrat. Now he's a Republican. A lot of these people. We just woke up like, hold on, this is some bullshit going on. This is not the party. Like a lot of people said, this is not the party they grew up to when it comes to the Democrat parties. It's changed. And y'all see it now. They want this DSA bullshit now. What's they trying to push? That's not gonna work. On the real, y'all keep on talking some tax to billionaires. The billionaires are paying the taxes. Only so much they can pay. They already, you know what I'm saying, they got workers. So they gotta pay the workers. They gotta pay for this, they gotta pay for that. And I work at a warehouse. And when these warehouses, they come to them making their packages and putting stuff in the package and shipping that shit. It's a process. They gotta like test the product first. So that product now gets damaged. That's money already gone. Now the product gets damaged during the first process, making that it pass the test, and the machine is calibrated for the shit to work. Now you send the shit through. Now the shit goes through. An hour, 2, 3 hours goes by. Guess what? The shit fucks up now. Now some of that shit gets scrapped. Now you gotta throw that shit out. That's more money lost. So these companies lose a lot of money. And you know what I'm saying? They lose money, be timing. You gotta, like, in a 12-hour shift, it's the shit gotta be done at a certain time. It can be done in a day, 2 days, or 3 days, or a week. And once again, Chicago got a chance to work a lot of jobs, and I respect these jobs now. No excuse. Some of these jobs I don't want to, I wish I never did work, but now I get it. How the process is. Why it's important to have certain things done at a certain time. Why certain people be assholes. Because the shit needs to get done. Motherfuckers need their money. People want their product. People are sick and they need their shit. Yep.
50% of the people on the South Side don't think he should run for re-election.
When we sat down with Johnson in May, he did not want to talk poll numbers, which at that time were 10 points better than they are now. And your poll numbers don't give you pause for concern.
Why are you worried about that?
I'm just asking you.
I've already expressed that, though. Here's what I'm...
Yeah, Beetlejuice Lightfoot, my ex-wife, my son was 4 years old. You can Google it. The name is Deunta Lockett or Aegis Lockett. He was 4 years old, so for Halloween, she decided to dress him up like Larry Lightfoot, and he went viral. So we got a chance to go to Weedy City Live and a couple of radio stations and talk here and there. But I told her, like, that's not cool, don't do that. But, you know, people want to go ahead and take it and run with it. So every now and then, you know what I'm saying, come to the show, she'll dress him up and spray his head with great paint and shit and go out there. A few times I was with him, most of the time I wasn't with him. So before Lori Lightfoot, you know what I'm saying, stepped away, when she did step away, he was right there with her again at the end. I wish I was there with him, it's my son, but you know, the mom, she wants the glory. So my mom, my son's mom, she's a liberal. You know, she's a Kamala Harris voter. That's why we're not together now. That's why I got remarried. She wasn't the one. We all make mistakes. Other than that, let's continue. But yeah, that shit bogus as hell. I ain't like that. And then when it came to being on Weedy City Live, they just let them two talk. I'm like, damn, I can't sit next to them. I'll be quiet. Let me get on the show too. I want, you know what I'm saying? That didn't even happen. You know, because the whole thing's about my son anyway, but at the same time, it was her idea as well. I didn't want the shit to happen anyway, but they didn't want to hear that part. That's why I guess they didn't put me on the show. They didn't want to hear me saying, no, I didn't like it. Still don't like the shit. Because he's a boy.
Okay, I mean, you are both a government leader and you're a politician, and we're talking about the vocabulary of politics,
And I'm talking about the people of the city of Chicago and their ability to feel safe and affordable in their communities.
The polls. Why are you worried about that, right? Why are you worried about my poll numbers, right? It's like, well, he's a reporter. That's his job, right? It's kind of his job. His job is to ask you about, hey, how are you doing? This is how people are feeling about you, which is reflecting numerically, right, statistically in the polls.
Duh.
And, you know, I think it's fair game to figure out how you feel about it.
Why he get mad at a journalist for doing his job? That's crazy. That's crazy. The journalist doing his job, and you get mad at him for doing his job. Insane. The man doing what he get paid to do. Like Brandon Johnson, do your job. Then you want to answer these questions. You know what I'm saying? You have to embarrass yourself. Simple shit. Do your job, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Right? What are you going to do about it? But apparently that's not fair game, right? Brandon Johnson's response to that is, why are you worried about that? Why are you worried about the fact that everybody hates me? Well, I mean, that's kind of his job as a so-called journalist. But again, journalists can't ask Democrats hard questions, right? That's out of bounds.
Says there is excitement for two would-be mayors. Secretary of State Alexi Giannoulias, who has yet to declare, coming in at a 52% on the so-called excitement scale. State Comptroller Susana Mendoza, who has declared a mayoral run, at 47%. Late today, the mayor saying he's still not sure about his political future.
Look, I have not made, any, declaration or timeline around.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. My name is Deunta. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
When I'll make my intentions clear.
Simpson says this poll may give Johnson pause before actually entering the race and may give some of those on the sidelines a fresh reason to run. In the Loop, Chris Ty, CBS News, Chicago.
I'm going to say this, right? This is what I'm going to say about this, right? The woke mayor is a disaster. The polls show that he's a disaster. However, Lori Lightfoot was in the same exact position, right, when she was seeking re-election. And
right, when it comes to the black community, yeah, every black woman is going to vote Democrat because most of the black women are on ABT, Section 8. On the real. And the ones that do get jobs, they on SNAP in the Section 8. Because there's ways around how they can, cheat the system. We all know, certain relatives, black and brown, we know all these relatives that got certain jobs, high-paying jobs, and somehow they able to go ahead and get the EBT card or Section 8. Like, how in the hell you do that? How you pull that off? But they out here. But nobody too much ain't gonna say nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? But this was going on. They gonna keep on voting for the daddy government, Democrat, to stay on, you know what I'm saying, as EBT warrior. EBT bandit warrior. They gonna keep on voting Democrat. They ain't gonna vote for Republican. They don't wanna work. When it came down to COVID, they was cool with the damn lockdown. They was like, oh shit. And then you give out money too? Hell yeah, man. That's my reparations shit. COVID motherfuckers had money up the wall. Motherfuckers buying all types of cars, you crazy ass cars. ATVs, motorcycles, all types of shit. On the real. Motherfuckers going on cruise, never been on a cruise before. Getting good money. Good morning, everybody. Go up, beautiful Bill. Yeah, but COVID, motherfucker got to stay in the house. When COVID came, I got a chance to work. I was being security and doing other essential jobs. Me and my wife was getting this money. We was working like, fuck that. But motherfuckers in Chicago didn't want to go to work. They stay in the house. You can't even party. You can't even do a barbecue at your house or invite people over. They'll call the cops on you and shit. Every life was bogus as hell. Y'all talking about no kings. You couldn't even go see your grandma. When it came to the red states, it was open. Motherfuckers been wearing no masks. Motherfuckers was like, man, come get this money, man. I'm like, hell yeah, shit. MacArthur in Chicago, they bogus as hell, MacArthur's. It's like after COVID, MacArthur's food went down the hill in Chicago, right there on Madison. I'm like, damn. I'm surprised they still open, but I know why. They Democrats. They lefties.
The voters of Chicago decided to put an even further left lunatic in the office, despite the fact that Lori Lightfoot, being far left, being too far left, is the reason why she got voted out in the first place. None of this.
Right, crying white supremacies, but she married to a white woman, or her partner is a woman. How you want to put it? But y'all talking about white supremacy. But y'all married to the white people. Y'all married to them. What are you talking about? And then, no, you married to them, you're getting paid. Every person that's hollering white supremacy is getting paid. If that's the case, then stop working. Just don't do nothing. Put the phone down. Get out the house. Just live on the ground. Live on the street somewhere. Go to the woods or something. This whole white supremacy or black supremacy stuff is stupid. We all need each other.
matters if the voters are going to continue to vote for far left lunatics, right? I think they're going to put somebody in office that's even worse than Brandon Johnson. And that's the unfortunate reality of politics in these liberal cities, right? Because, you know, they always say that, well, see, the reason why we're struggling, despite having, you know, a socialist mayor, right, a socialist city council, all Democrats are running, is because we're not far left enough, right? Not because we're too far left, but because we're not far left enough. That is always the conclusion that these people come to. And unfortunately, as long as that's what they're doing, it really doesn't matter. Right? We can kiki and ha-ha about Brandon Johnson, but if the residents just vote into office somebody that's even crazier than him, which is likely at this point, then what's the point, right? What's the point? I mean, they get everything they deserve. Because at some point, these people got to realize and understand that the cause of all your problems, the reason why your cities are shitholes, is because you keep putting Democrats into office, right? And you keep voting further and further and further left, right? At some point, you got to understand that, hey, maybe we're voting too far left. Maybe being too far left is the problem, right? That's the issue.
It's the problem.
Just say it. Just say it. So, again, if they're going to put somebody back in office with the same ideas, none of this matters. But I do find it to be fascinating how the woke mayor hasn't decided whether or not he's going to run. I think he will run, right? He's going to put himself through that humiliation ritual. But I think it's likely that he's going to lose. But that's not what really matters. What matters is whether or not they're actually going to go in the right direction, okay? What they really should do is vote for a Republican, right? But we're going to see who won. We're going to see what the competition is going to be like. I'm just saying that the mayor's career seems to be over, right? He seems to be cooked for the most part. Who replaces him is the real conversation that should be had about Chicago. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Let's go back to Matt Domi.
City Hall officials coming out of New York City have planned an Iran meeting. Why? New Yorkers, I want you to explain this one to me. Why was somebody inside City Hall trying to meet with Iran's ambassador while America is actively exchanging strikes?
Lucy, you have some explaining to do.
With Iran. According to the reports that I'm reading, New York City's Commissioner for Internal Affairs, Anna Marie Archila, was scheduled to meet with Iran's ambassador to the United Nations?
Okay, so a top aide to the mayor in New York City, Zohran Mamdani, the U.S. State Department, a top aide from the U.S. State Department ended up blocking Zohran from basically holding a unauthorized meeting with the I country's UN ambassador. Now, this is interesting because I've done videos on Zohran Mamdani before, and y'all dragged me. He is loved by many. I'm going to go into that. Just give me a second. So I guess there was like this planned sit down that was like arranged by an internal affairs commissioner by the name of Anna Maria Archila, but it was called off after the State Department clarified that this was basically unacceptable, as if they didn't know that. I'm so confused in how you didn't know that. You scheduling meetings and you think that's wild to me because you knew that. Then Mamdani comes out and he's like, oh, I didn't know about this. I didn't even know that this meeting was scheduled until he started receiving like all of these press inquiries about it.
I wish I was lying. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's International Affairs Commissioner just got caught trying to set up a meeting with Iran. Well, and Mamdani holds a press conference to do damage control to say he knew nothing of the sort about this meeting.
Come on, you guys. Like, share, and subscribe, you guys.
Do you believe
like,
him?
share, and subscribe. Come on, you
New
guys.
York
You
City.
see it. You hear
If
it.
there was not a time as now for a recall election, I don't know when it is. We have got to get this guy out of office. This is so dangerous. And now we see the reason behind why he wanted to become mayor. Outside of the fact that he lied about every campaign promise. You may say politicians lie, that's what happens. But this man has a underlying reasoning why he wants to become the mayor of one of the biggest cities in this world. And I'm telling you guys, you put him in office and look at what's going on. Your property taxes way up. The landlords are just gonna leave. They're not going to fight. They can own property anywhere. These people are millionaires are leaving by the Tesla truckloads. Okay, we need them. We need them. In case you didn't know, the people with money bring money to your city. And now this, a meeting.
But see, that's the problem. They've been programmed. People with money is bad. People with money is bad. Tax the rich. Tax the rich. They don't get it. You know what I'm saying? These politicians use these words not understanding what they understand. The politicians use these words, and you got people out here that's mentally don't understand where they're coming from. Like they said, we gotta fight for democracy. They think you gotta kill somebody. They think you gotta literally punch somebody in the fucking face for democracy. That's not how you fight for democracy. Violence is not democracy. Voting is not violence. They better make it to be violence. Voting is not violence. Going to vote for somebody, going to a ballot, picking the person you want, he or she, you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be violence. It should be peace. You should be happy to go vote who you want to vote for without no fucking chaos. You know it's going to be a fair election, but y'all want chaos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I want the ICE at the polls. I want no fucking immigrant voting. I want somebody from fucking China leave China and vote one of our elections and then go back to China and brag about, hey, I voted in you guys' election. Really? Or a lady test, you know what I'm saying, having her dog be voted. I think she had her dog voted once or twice, or either way it go, the dog voted and it went through. Come on, y'all.
With Iran to say what? You're a mayor of a city that is crumbling.
Well, New York City Mayor's office is under fire after Zohran Mamdani's International Affairs Commissioner reportedly made plans to meet with Iran's UN ambassador earlier this week. The timing could not have been worse. And the New York Post reporting this, the scheduled meeting would have unfolded after Iranian troops fired missiles at 2 commercial ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz. An action Monday in direct defiance of an interim peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Mayor Mamdani was asked about this at a news conference today. Watch.
That meeting did not take place. It will not take place. And I did not know about it until there was a press inquiry regarding it. And
so that's the bullshit, because if it had went through, he would have went. Thank God people paying attention. They on their radar. Their antennas is up. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers' antennas is up. They paying attention. God damn, finally. Where Mark Rubio at? Get his ass, man. Get him. Marco, go get him. On the real. Deport his dumb ass.
When it comes to the work of our commissioner and our International Affairs Office, it's to ensure that...
Right, and didn't this dude sworn in on a motherfucking Quran Bible? That's the most disrespectful bullshit ever. And you guys want to... Trump didn't have his hand on the Bible when he got sworn in. He didn't have his hand on the Bible when Trump sworn in. He didn't have his hand on the Bible. But this son of a bitch got sworn in by a motherfucking Quran Bible. Are you fucking serious, man? You guys are very selective with these outrages. Facts over feelings, man. You tripping. He didn't have his hand in the Bible. How disrespectful to have this guy. 9/11. You guys say the Muslims, you know what I'm saying, blew up 9/11. You guys elected this guy. How you elect somebody that blew up the 9/11? Well, not him, but the religious group, how you want to put the bullshit. That shit's stupid as hell. But guess what? It's the same thing with the people that's black. Keep on voting Democrat. Like it's crack. Democrat crack. That's what it is. It's like crack to them. Yes, daddy government. Give me more, daddy government. Daddy, give me crack. Yeah, give me more. Insane.
As we are a city of the world, that we are also there to meet with leaders from across the world. The focus is always on our city and our relationship. The commissioner recognizes that this was made an error, and we're working on a new process in terms of new meeting requests.
A new process? What about competence? Well, this comes as the Wall Street Journal reports Israel warned the U.S. that Iran hatched a new plan to assassinate President Trump. Iran has repeatedly vowed to retaliate against our president for ordering the killing of Iran's revolution.
Right. So Democrats, y'all libtards, y'all don't condone this, y'all could condemn this, y'all cool with this, huh? Y'all hate Trump so bad, y'all cool, you know what I'm saying, with them trying to kill our president that we voted for. Okay, y'all didn't vote for him, but doesn't mean y'all gotta wish death on the man. Damn. I wish nothing bad on Biden. They said Biden supposed to have cancer. I pray the man, I'm saying, good health, speedy recovery. If anything, vote the man out, impeach him. But nothing negative, like, you know what I'm saying, to hurt the man, anything damaged. When he fail, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want the man to break his bone or hurt himself or be paralyzed. They said the man fought one more time, he could be in a wheelchair. I didn't wish that on him. The man, know him, said a lot of evil stuff. It's all on video. I can play it on my phone. I can play it for you guys. But that's crazy, you know what I'm saying? Y'all cool with that. Trump, number one target, number one man to be target. That's crazy. Y'all cool with that, though. Y'all are so insane, so TDS that y'all cool with this country willing to take our president out. That's sad, man. Y'all talking about y'all love America. How? We have the right to agree and disagree. Doesn't mean you gotta kill somebody because you don't agree with them. You don't have to. Just walk away. Don't talk to them no more. Move away from them, something. You don't have to kill somebody because of that. Or get all in your emotions about it. Let it go. LIG. Because at the end of the day, when we all die, that's it. Nobody gonna remember you. Unless you a celebrity or some shit like that. Or something. Other than that, you be known for the next 100 years or less, and that's it. You fade out. And we out here tripping, man. None of us right now get that Michael Jackson status, where Michael Jackson has been passed away for years, but yet the man's legacy still living. It's nice we can have that type of legacy, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? We got to think about it. God in control. We keep on forgetting who's in control, you know what I'm saying? God. And it's a spiritual warfare going on. Definitely a spiritual warfare going on. You got to stay prayed up. Put on the armor of God. What's that, Ephesians 6:11? Let's get it.
Revolutionary Guard General Qasem Soleimani. President Trump reiterated that this week.
They've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long.
The president told the Post today, quote, "I've left instructions, if anything happens, to just literally bomb them at levels that they've never seen before."
What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys.
How you call us a cult, but yet you guys go out here and wear you fucking fairy, septic, rainbow hair colored. You need about like 6 counselors, 5 boosters. Anything that happens, whatever, it triggers you. You know what I'm saying? Everything defends you. What else going on with you lefties, you Dems? You guys are soft, man. You guys go out here with these inflatable outfits on. You guys go out here and protest with these inflatable frog and T-Rex outfits. But you call us insane. And you call us weird. But you guys constantly wear these crazy ass outfits. That's crazy.
It's pulling up today, man. We got to talk about it, man. The direction of New York City under Mayor Zohran Mamdani is raising serious questions. One issue that's getting a lot of attention and has been getting a lot of attention is none other than Anna Maria Archila, a commissioner in the mayor's office for international affairs. It was reported that she was scheduled to meet with Iran's permanent representative to the United Nations. Now, for many Americans, that's not just another diplomatic meeting. It raises a lot of concerns. And if you're not concerned, you should be, because it really raises concerns about the judgment, the priorities, and it makes me wonder whose interests are being served here, because it's not like everybody doesn't know that we are in direct conflict with Iran. And this is someone from New York City speaking with an ambassador from a country that we are at war with no conversation with the State Department and Marco Rubio. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. And to be honest with you, this lady should be fired. She should not be reprimanded or been talking to us, hand spanking. No, she should be fired, relieved of duty. You know, one thing I've been thinking about lately is how people sometimes confuse preparation with fear. And I don't think they're the same.
They probably got their suits on right now. They probably got a motherfucking frog air suit on right now. And a T-Rex suit on right now, texting in the chat. Motherfucker, it's like 80 degrees, 90 degrees outside. Take that fucking suit off. On the real. Y'all talking about me wearing a MAGA hat. You motherfuckers wearing a fucking inflatable suit. Insane. It's not fucking Halloween. Wake the fuck up.
Same thing. Preparing for something doesn't mean you expect the worst. It just means you're being wise. We insure our homes, we insure our cars, we save for retirement, not because we know exactly what's going to happen, but because we know life is unpredictable. And when you look at everything happening around us, the economy, inflation, growing debt, the uncertainty around the world, I think it's reasonable to ask, am I prepared? That's why more people.
And then this whole drag queen story hour bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If we want motherfucking kids to see clowns or grown men and women wearing makeup, we'll take them to the rodeo show. The ball building parade. You know what I'm saying? We'll take them to the clown show. We don't fucking grown men reading to our kids in the library or in schools. Keep that shit somewhere else or keep that shit in jail. That shit's insane. You want a man heavy makeup with a fucking beard about this long and a wig on and high heels and a big flannel outfit on reading to your kid. Get the fuck out of there. You insane. You people are insane. You guys always want you cool with this, but in reality, it's always the opposite. It's something good, Democrats is bad. Lefty is bad. The lefties, I don't think they got brain cells. They definitely got low IQ. On the real. You gotta pray for them. You know what I'm saying? We all gonna make fun of each other. I get it. But at the same time, at the end of the day, we gotta pray for each other. You know? We gotta pray for each other. And like I said, I'm MAGA regardless. When Trump leaves, I'm gonna still be MAGA because I love America. Period. I'm gonna keep on preaching America first policies all the time. Period. Much as I can. You know, you got people coming to America and they come in power. You got Ilhan Omar. She in power, you know what I'm saying? But she keep on dissing America. Like, you was a refuge. You was a refuge. You came here and you got married a couple of times. You married your brother. Now you a millionaire. Now you in Congress. That's crazy. But you want to keep on saying America is bad. And then the Constitution don't represent you. You wasn't born here, you idiot. Now the Constitution says I'm cool. No, you're not. You wasn't born here. That shit's stupid as hell.
People are taking a closer look at physical gold. Some are purchasing gold and silver directly. Others are moving a portion of an IRA or 401k into a gold IRA. And that's one reason I trust Augusta Precious Metals. What I appreciate is that they don't
You guys keep on saying us MAGAs, us bigots, but you guys constantly in our MAGA chats. We appreciate you guys. You know what I'm saying? You guys help the algorithm out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to block you guys. You know what I'm saying? You guys can stay as long as you want. Because obviously you guys are going to learn something out of this. That's insane. You guys constantly come in conservative chats, MAGA chats, and say the most stupidest shit. Like we're going to get offended about it. Like we're going to change our tune. Like I'm going to take my hat off. Take your hat off. Like I'm going to take it off. Like, dude, you on my channel. I'm monetized. This is my channel. And the people who are here, they enjoying it. And you can enjoy it too. Sometimes stop texting and watch the video. Listen to the message. Listen to the conversation. Read the chat. Get out your feelings.
Try to pressure you into making a decision. They take the time to explain how it all works, answers your questions, and help you determine whether owning physical gold or using a gold IRA actually makes sense for your situation. Then the decision is yours. And if you'd like to learn more, go to writeforgold.com or text FAITH to 350.
And also put like that, not all MAGA is good MAGA. Do y'all realize that not everything is good and everything is bad? Y'all know that, right? So stop getting caught up with that. Nothing is perfect. And it's not. So is MAGA great? No, it's not. Because you got goofy motherfuckers take this shit too far. You got people go too fucking far left, and you got people going too fucking far right. And you know that. We all know that. You know what I'm saying? 6-7. It's a balance somewhere. It gotta be. You guys gotta stop in your feelings, man. We can become one. We vote these people in power. All across the world, we vote these people in power. They work for us. They work for us. I don't understand that.
Fight too, because at the end of the day, being prepared isn't about living in fear.
Yeah, common sense should be mandatory, period. And that's what this channel is about. Oh, thank you, George, for the super chat. Thank you, George. On the real, gold jewels, gold coin. Thank you for the gold coin, George. Thank you, George Robinson. Thank you, appreciate it. And Deunta. Subscribe, like, share, and subscribe. Let's continue.
It's about being a good steward of what you've been entrusted with. Now let's get back into the video. Now, I'm one of those kind of people, and I've been saying it on this channel for quite some time. I believe it is time to have a broader conversation about who should be eligible to hold public office. Right now, naturalized citizens can legally hold most public offices under the Constitution except the presidency. That has to change. Seriously. We have to put pressure on Congress and the Senate to change this and to change this immediately. That is a debate I believe that the American people need to be having, because this is outrageous. This Archilla lady is a naturalized citizen from Colombia. She moved over here at the age of 17. And since she's gotten here, her goal hasn't been to assimilate. It's been to help other immigrants get over here. She worked in some nonprofit that focused on supporting immigrants. And y'all know what time it is. Illegal immigrants. In my opinion, any public official, that has, broken the law or acted against the interests of the United States, there definitely should be a full investigation. And if there's any wrongdoing proven, that they should face the full consequences under the law. Simple as that. And to be honest with you, the buck stops with Mamdani. So the fact that he can try to pass the buck and say it wasn't me, it was her, no. He needs to be investigated to the fullest extent as well. In Proverbs chapter 14, verse 34, it says, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's keep going.
On the other hand, Iran likes to sponsor proxy groups of terrorists. And these terrorists don't care what they blow up. They blow up anything and everyone. Okay, this is who we're dealing with. Okay, this is an Iran that not long ago, through their Hezbollah proxies, blew up a Jewish center in Argentina and killed a bunch of people. This is an Iran that innovated the use of roadside bombs that killed and maimed a bunch of people, including American servicemen, but a bunch of other people. This is an Iran that has organized the assassinations and the attempted assassinations of people all over the world, including civilians and dissidents and people they don't agree with. There is no nation on earth that sponsors more terrorism than Iran. And they've spent millions and millions of dollars sponsoring terrorism and targeting individuals all over the world, and including civilians have been caught up in that. Okay, that's what Iran has done. They didn't spend their millions and millions on building roads and bridges and improving the life of their people. That's why their people are always in the street protesting, because their economy's been in shambles, because they don't invest in their economy. They would rather invest in Hezbollah. They would rather invest in the rapists and the murderers of Hamas. They would rather invest in those groups than they do in their own people. That's what Iran invests in. And that's what you should be asking me about. That's what the BBC should be covering. And that's what these other media outlets should be covering, is how evil these people are in Iran and the damage they've done to people all over the world. The world's leading sponsor of terrorism is Iran. And look what they're doing now. They are holding hostage civilian vessels, including ships that have now been stuck in the Persian Gulf. They've laid mines in an international waterway. And yet, despite all of that, the United States remains committed to finding a peaceful, diplomatic solution to this crisis. But let's be clear who we're talking about here. We're not talking about some pacifist government over there, or some pacifist regime. We're talking about one of the most vicious regimes on the face of the earth and in modern history. That's what we're dealing with. And we were going to take away their missiles. We were going to take away their ability to make new ones, and we were going to wipe out their navy. Imagine if they had a real navy. What they have now is a bunch of small little speedboats that can lay mines and harass vessels, but they used to have a navy. Now that navy resides at the bottom of the ocean. And that was the objective of Epic Fury.
that you had people in New York City wanting to have conversations with these people. What New York City has a lot of issues. They have a lot going on out there. They have no business setting up meetings with anybody from Iran. None.
You idiot.
They need to be investigated, man. Marco Rubio, get on your job.
Let me ask a question here. How do y'all feel about this? With the issue that just went on and is coming to light about Zoran Mamdani's cabinet supposedly scheduling a
Zoran Mamdani, that was a dummy ass move.
Meeting with the UN diplomat of Iran. And of course, Zoran Mamdani absolutely stepping aside and letting Maria Archila totally take the fall 100% for this. Right. Also placing the blame on the UN diplomat from Iran, stating that he's the one that reached out for the meeting. I don't care who scheduled the meeting. There is a hit currently out on our president right now from the country of Iran, and you're going to go ahead and accept a meeting. Now, look, I understand it's normal for like this to go down, but when the State Department has to step in and slap you around and say, this isn't happening, Zoran Mamdani's entire cabinet needs to 100% have every digital footprint monitored. They need to have every cell communication tapped. We may need to even go as far as to putting wires on people like what happened with good old Gavin over there. I don't know. Am I going too far?
And I'm in 100% agreement with her. This dude can't be trusted. His administration up there in New York City can't be trusted. It's a hodgepodge of communist, quote unquote, democratic socialists. That whole goal in life at this point is to fundamentally change or fundamentally destroy.
I didn't buy no Trump phone, so I'm cool. Once again, some people go ahead and take things too far. You know what I'm saying? People, the same thing comes to a sports team. People buy Jordans to death. You know what I'm saying? Or jerseys or whatever their sport team is. Sometimes you gotta fall back. Stop buying every goddamn thing. Y'all keep on saying Trump did all this. I've heard nobody complain, but you lefties keep on saying people lost money. So I'm taking the most of you lefties bought these Trump's phones. Because only lefties want to complain about the Trump's phones. On the real. Yeah, only one keep on talking about the Trump phone. Only the lefties. Not one person on the right, MAGA or anybody but the left talking about the Trump phone. Did you buy one, Jeremy? You didn't get your service, Jeremy?
Our nation from the inside out. These people have put a hit on our president, and you think this is a great idea to have a meeting with him? Are you crazy? Where's your allegiance? It's obvious not to the United States of America and to our president. Even if you don't like the man, what happened to respect for the office? What happened to that? When I served in the military, I worked for officers I didn't care for, but you still respect the rank. And we've lost that in our nation. Goodness gracious, man. I want to hear from you guys. What are your thoughts? Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel, turn the notifications on to all so you never miss an upload. Consider joining the ARP family or buy your brother a coffee. That link's in the description box below. 25% off on everything at the ARP family merch store. Type in hashtag ARP. Support what we're doing. We appreciate the love. We appreciate the support. And as always, keep God first. Stay prayed up. It is getting crazy out here. The enemy is within the gates. We'll catch up with you guys next time. Peace.
I think they cheat. And I think they've been doing it forever. And I don't think there's any other reason why you would have no voter ID. And they try to say, it's racist to have voter ID. Like, what are you talking about? Do you think other races are incapable of going to the DMV? That's insane. Yeah,
we all know other countries, there's no way you can just go ahead and vote on their shit without having your paperwork done. They know that. They know if you can't go across the border and stay in their country, they're going to kick your ass up out of there. You cannot stay in Mexico. You can't stay in Jamaica too long. You can't stay nowhere too long without their ass kicking your ass out or locking your dumb ass up. They know this. Why they keep on lying to themselves? Damn.
It's actually super racist.
That's really racist.
The implication of their argument is literally like blacks and Hispanics cannot go to the DMV to get an ID. By the way, if you look at the polling, black Americans are as pro-voter ID. Even though most black Americans vote Democrat, they're still pro-voter ID.
And most of the ones with the EBT. You need your ID to get your SNAP and your Section 8. Hello.
ID as much as white Americans is.
Most Americans are voter.
So
they
this is a
want
crazy
voter ID,
thing.
except
Yeah.
for operatives.
Okay, I honestly think it's over. I think the media brilliance of this interview with J.D. Vance on the Joe Rogan podcast, which is essentially, if you're as old as I am, you might remember, Joe Rogan is the equivalent of Johnny Carson back in the day. The amount of reach, influence, the amount of careers he's launched. Johnny Carson was, if you ever got on Johnny Carson, whether you're an entertainer, a movie actor, producer, writer, politician, whatever, your career skyrocketed after going on Johnny Carson. That's what Joe Rogan is in the 2020s and beyond here in the 21st century. And J.D. Vance absolutely killed it. I think it's absolutely over. They just, I mean, that...
What'd you say, Jeremy? You said, it doesn't matter. When Jesus return, everybody gonna bow. Everybody gonna take a knee when Jesus return. I don't give a fuck who the church chosen ones or not. When Jesus return, everybody gonna bow. Chosen, who, whatever.
In and of itself,
it's all about Jesus.
It just blows the entire narrative for the Democrats completely.
It's about Jesus, man. The whole message is about somebody being the chosen one. You the chosen one. Well, guess what? It's all about Jesus. Ain't about no Israel and no Jews, no black, no white, no Chinese. It's all about Jesus, man. It's all about Jesus, period, man. Y'all missing the message. That's the problem. You already know the Muslim faith is a faith of corrupt, evil, chaos. They do not love nobody. Read the Quran. Y'all know it. The Bible's about peace. The Quran say, well, I don't know the Quran quotes, but it's bad. It's not about peace. And from what I'm hearing, they talking about a girl that's 9 and 10 years old, if she bleeds, they can do things with her. Am I wrong in that chat? Am I wrong what I'm saying? That the Muslim faith believe the young lady could be 9 or 10. If she bleeds, they can marry her. Prove me wrong in that chat. Because that's the case, then stop talking about the goddamn Epstein files. Because y'all can keep on embracing this Muslim faith, and they are the ones that's nasty. They the ones that's pedo. Stay focused.
Apart, and it just gets better from here. I highly recommend everybody go listen to the full interview. It's over 3 hours long. He rips apart Newsom. He rips apart the election system, talks about...
Stop trolling, Jeremy. You ready moving to a Republican states. Yeah, he moved to a conservative chat. You know what I'm saying? This is a conservative Republican chat, MAGA chat. You're welcome. Right, so that's crazy. See how this works, chat? These people are liberals, Democrats, far lefties. They come to conservative chat and want to tell us how to be in our chat. Ain't that something? It's the same thing when it comes to being a red state. You guys, the Democrats want things to be better, but yet they come to a red state and keep on voting blue no matter who. Like, you fucking stupid. Like, you want better policy, but vote for better policies. Vote with what's working already. Don't come in and try to change something. Because it didn't work over there, don't mean it's not going to work. That's stupid. It's like these people come from overseas and disrespect the Constitution. How? You haven't lived over here long enough to even respect the Constitution, even read the Constitution. They're going to tell us, Americans, about the Constitution from overseas. That's stupid as hell. Y'all retarded, man. Y'all liberals and Democrats are retarded. And some of y'all rhinos, Republicans, some of y'all MAGAs, yeah. We all can be stupid. But these people come from overseas going to tell us about America. And y'all going to vote them in. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, America is kind of stupid. Yeah, definitely America, you got a point. Really? Y'all don't get it. And y'all wonder why things are high. Because you got too many people here. And they come here the wrong way. That's the problem. Yeah, we got enough land for people, but they're not coming to do the right thing, man. And y'all see it and y'all hear it. Stop being blind. What's that movie called? They Live? You know what I'm saying? Put the shades on so you can see the truth. Put them on.
Voter ID, talks about Los Angeles, talks about, the Save America Act. Everything.
Right, and the ones that keep on saying that black people can't vote or black people can't get no IDs, these are the Democrats. These are the ones that y'all want to say that's racist. It's not the Republicans, it's the liberals. These are the ones that go out and protest every fucking time the illegals come. They only protest to keep the illegals out their neighborhoods and keep the illegals to the black and brown neighborhoods. Y'all don't get it. They're not there protesting to keep the immigrants out the neighborhoods. It's only to keep them out of theirs. They want to keep them in your neighborhood. Y'all don't get it. Oh, they with us. Look at them. They with us. No, those are wolves in sheep clothing. How Malcolm X put it. Straight sent off. Those want to send y'all off. Just wake up. Y'all been so far left. Y'all want to accept socialism and communism so far. And that's the problem. I grew up, I was told it was bad. It didn't work. The Berlin Wall. Up to the Berlin Wall. The wall that came down and nobody went to the other side. Everybody came to the right side. What is doing? Reagan time? The Berlin Wall? Come on, y'all.
I want to play this clip right here next. So I'm just going to play some of my favorite highlights. You can make your own judgment. He also rips John Thune and the ridiculous Senate procedural, he calls it BS. It's just absolutely amazing. I thought this was probably one of the more interesting clips. Let's start with this. Well, no, actually, you know what? I have to play this because this is gold. J.D. Vance and Joe Rogan standing back in complete awe of the level of lies, deceit that oozes out of greasy Gavin haircut that passes for a man, American Psycho Newsom. This clip is amazing.
That's too broad of a brush here, but it's like, Gavin Newsom did this speech a few months ago. The president, I think it's the funniest thing ever because he's like speaking to a group of black leaders and black businessmen, but it's like an audience that is 95% black. And they're asking him about his dyslexia and his struggle with education. And he basically says, I'm not very smart like a lot like, and it's like,
I'm like you. I can't even read.
Meanwhile, there's a ton of interviews where he's talking about all the books he reads. He's so full of shit.
Yeah, he's full of shit, but it's
admirably full.
Hold on, I'm going to switch it up right quick. I'm going to play Professor Nez next, but I'm going to play this one right quick. My man Vince. Oh, yeah. Y'all like this one. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Today, on the Vince Everett Ellison Show, in Memphis, they called out the big guns. Like when MI6 get in trouble, they call out James Bond. James Bond. Well, when the Democratic Party gets in trouble, they call out the black preacher. So the black preachers in Memphis raising all kind of hell. They ain't trying to save no souls. That's the reason why Memphis is so decrepit. They are concerned with getting the vote out for their masters. And we're going to talk about how they've been activating the black preacher for November on the Vince Everett Ellison Show. Let's get this thing started. I told you. The black preacher is the worst joker walking the face of the earth. My father told me years ago when I first started getting involved in politics. He said, son, I taught you to revere the church, taught you to love God, taught you to love Jesus Christ. He said, but listen to me well. He said, you trust a bootlegger before you trust most black preachers. They're the worst people on the face of this earth. And at that time, I did not know what my dad was talking about. But he was telling the truth. I've learned it through experience. When Dad told me, I'm like, yeah. Now, boy, Daddy didn't tell me the half. He didn't tell me the half of it. New at
on your news leader, we're just hours away from a special legislative session in Nashville to review Tennessee's congressional districts. That session was called by Governor Bill Lee at the urging of President Trump and U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn following a recent Supreme Court decision. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Alex Coleman.
And I'm April Thompson. But this move has many sounding the alarm tonight, including Memphis area clergy. WRAG's Shay Arthur is live after speaking with clergy members about their concerns. And what are they saying, Shay?
April, Alex, well, they were pretty blunt and frank about this, saying this will directly impact District 9 here in Memphis, the only place occupied by a Democrat, Steve Cohen. And tonight they say they are gearing up for a fight.
Let us bow our heads.
Bowing in prayer.
And so we pray for peace, not the absence of tension, but the presence of truth and fairness and equality.
Equality, what these members of Memphis clergy say they're fighting for, as the lines defining District 9, a Memphis congressional seat currently occupied by Democrat Steve Cohen, could soon change.
This is a deliberate restructuring of power that disproportionately targets not only District 9, but specifically Black communities.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has said he believes the General Assembly has a responsibility to review the map and ensure it remains fair, legal, and defensible. The group of more than a dozen church leaders who gathered today to speak against redistricting said silence in this moment would be a betrayal. They believe Republicans are concerned about what could happen when people head to the polls for the next national midterm elections.
The 9th District cannot be used as a political pawn.
Pastor Dr. Earl Fisher says what is happening now is the latest version of an old playbook.
But let us be clear. Tennessee has always been deeply invested in the same systems of exclusion, the same strategies of suppression, and the same commitment to controlling Black political power.
Saying the response has to be strategic.
We can respond through legal challenge, through organized turnout, and through the collective action rooted in faith and fueled by strategy. I believe we still gonna win.
Yes, sir.
Because we've been here before.
Yes, sir.
And every time this nation has tried to redraw us out of history, we have found a way to write ourselves back in.
Yeah, in April, Alex, tonight they are urging everyone to get involved and to get out and vote in every upcoming election. For your newsletter, we're live in the Edge District tonight. Shay Arthur, WREG News Channel 3.
All right, thank you, Shay.
So in Memphis, yes, the most crime-ridden city in America, which probably means it's the most crime-ridden city in the world, ran by Democrats. In Tennessee, a state that's just booming. Memphis was the largest city in Tennessee for like 100 years, and now Nashville's overtaking it because everybody wants to get the hell out of Memphis. Trump sends in the National Guard, cleans up the city, stops the crime, and the Democrats are mad about it because then the Republicans up in Nashville said, we're going to cut up this district because these Black folks in Memphis are so freaking decrepit. The majority of them, not all of them, because I know a lot of good Black people in Memphis, okay? A lot of them. All right? A lot of them. So I'm not putting a blanket indictment on Memphis. I love Memphis. Look, I don't just like Memphis. I love Memphis. I spent my formative years in Memphis. When I left home to go play football at the University of Memphis, I was 17 years old. I went to Memphis. And I was there until I was 26, 27 years old. So I spent almost 10 solid years in Memphis. And I grew up in Brownsville, Tennessee, which is about maybe between 50 and 60 miles from Memphis. So we were part from, the first 26, 27 years of my life. Yeah, I love Memphis. So I don't want to make you believe that I'm saying anything disparaging about Memphis. If you go to the city, you'll be amazed at how beautiful it is. I mean, you'll be amazed at how beautiful Memphis is. Memphis has the river, man. It has that beautiful bridge. Memphis has the pyramid. It has all these river boats you can get on and go up and down the river. It has this pretty beautiful park beside the river. It's got Graceland, Sun Studios, Overton Park, the Pink Palace Museum. It's just a beautiful city. And all the people in Tennessee want to do is make Memphis live up to its potential. FedEx is there. and it's the largest employer, and it's high wages. And everybody wants to come to Memphis because it is right in the middle of the South. If you look at Memphis on a map, it can hit it's like right in the middle of the South. Everything can be hit from Memphis. It's right in the center. Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, and Tennessee are all just right there. Tennessee borders more states in the United States of America than any state in the United States of America. So it is a marketing hub, and it is a destination hub. It's a beautiful, beautiful city, and it's a distribution hub. So they want to clean up the crime in Memphis, so they can bring a lot of federal and state money down there to help make the city beautiful again. But you can't take it down there when all them jokers down there stealing. The state had to take over the public educational system in Memphis because some suckers was down there stealing. The Democrats were.
Turning to our state capital, the future of Tennessee's largest school district could look very different. Today, the Senate passed a bill creating a new oversight board for Memphis-Shelby County schools. After a heated debate on the Senate floor, the bill ultimately passed 27-6. It'll create a 9-member oversight board. 5 members will be appointed by the governor, 2 by the lieutenant governor, and 2 by the Speaker of the House. According to the bill, MSCS meets all 6 required criteria for state intervention. Democratic Senator London Lamar from Memphis voted against the bill, arguing the district was targeted. But the sponsor, Republican Senator Brent Taylor of Memphis, disagrees.
Now, I know the decision's already been made about what we want to do with this committee, but it needs to be said. It needs to be said. This is not about the children. This is about control. This is about taking the voice away from people of Shelby County.
We could have done a population threshold. We didn't, even though there's been a lot of discussion about Shelby County and the fact that only 25% of the kids that are graduating can read at grade level.
Beyond the debate, there are questions surrounding the school board's ability to challenge a takeover. Senator Taylor says they likely won't be able to do much because Governor Lee signed a bill into law that prevents school districts from using public funds to sue the state over accountability measures.
Also new at 6, Memphis-Shelby County School Superintendent Dr. Roderick Richmond released a video on social media communicating with families about the recent audit into the school system. The audit uncovered more than $119 million in what the state comptroller called fraud, waste, or other questionable costs. In Dr. Richmond's message, he says school administrators were aware of many of the issues brought up in that audit. Now, he adds that the audit looked through multiple administrations during the school's history, not just his. But he also said that it's the current administration's responsibility to right the ship. He's hoping that families have patience as they chart a path forward.
In the coming weeks, we will continue sharing the specific improvements we have already implemented, the additional actions we will take, and the measurable progress we are making. Accountability is not simply responding to an audit. It is building systems that are stronger tomorrow than they were yesterday.
Dr. Richmond also encouraged concerned parents to read the report and contact the school offices with any questions so they can address them head on.
All these Christian black Democrats that want to choose their own representative, want to choose a black person, they end up choosing an openly gay, white Jewish man named Cohen to represent them and will vote against any black Republican that does. So it ain't about color in Memphis. It's about witchcraft and demonic spirits and crazy Negroes in Memphis. And the state of Tennessee got tired. So to show you how crazy they are, these preachers now, I'm going to read it to you. Now, this is in the Washington Post to show you how the Washington Post is trying to gin up some race hatred truth. See, Washington Post carrying this in Memphis. It says that the Reverend Earl Fisher, well, let me read the headline for you. Clock ticking. Black leaders in Memphis dig in on voter turnout. Dig in on voter turnout. Black leaders in Memphis dig in on voter turnout. They ain't got nothing to do with black leaders. These are black preachers. In Memphis, first person they speak about, the Reverend Earl Fisher, sat alone at a makeshift desk at the fading daylight, as the fading daylight filtered into the sanctuary of the Abyssinia Missionary Baptist Church. It is where he has written op-eds, filmed social media videos, helped organize rallies, dashed off hundreds of emails, and made countless calls, all in the crusade to get the black brothers roads? Did it say the church? Did it say to the altar? Did it say to the baptismal pool? No, to the polls. It is where, on this evening, pages of printed voter rolls were spread before him, and Fisher had highlighted precincts with the lowest turnout in past elections, and each he saw a chance to gain ground. I'm consumed by this, he said. By this, he meant the recent redistricting plan adopted by Tennessee's, the Tennessee government, which breaks up the majority black, predominantly Democratic district that has long encompassed Memphis. It carves up the state's second largest city, placing pieces of it into 3 sprawling districts that include whiter, more rural, more conservative areas of Tennessee. And this has made them angry. Now, he's not angry that the people in Memphis killing each other. No. He's not angry that the people in Memphis have the highest rate of poverty in the whole state, probably in the whole South. He's not angry about that. He's not angry about the broken families. No. He's worried about the vote. Yeah. So what have they done? So in Memphis, as elsewhere, that effort has sparked anger and confusion and spurred raucous protests and resulted in ongoing lawsuits. They filed a lawsuit, and it has deepened their resolve to ensure that a city integral to the civil rights movement, a key battleground in the fight for desegregation, economic equality, and labor rights, maintains a voice in Washington despite lengthening electoral odds. You're going to have 3 congressmen instead of 1. The one that's kept you poor for the last 40 years. Like I said, I grew up around Memphis, man, and we didn't have this kind of mess going on in Memphis while I was there. The city has gone to hell in a handbasket since I left. And instead of these preachers clapping hands and saying, hey, get these suckers out of here, they're trying to protect the status quo. You know why? Because these black Democrats from Washington bring back a whole lot of money and give it to them. That's it. They were all on the Democratic Party payroll, and the Republicans are not going to give them any money. The chronic victim can never be trusted, says Carl Young.
Because I want you to know that I am more offended as an African-American woman than you will ever be.
The chronic victim can never be trusted.
The reason we could never be who we wanted and dreamed to be in is you kept your knee on our neck. We could run corporations and not hustle in the street, but you had your knee on our neck. We had creative skills. We could do whatever anybody else could do, but we couldn't get your knee off our neck.
The chronic victim can never be trusted.
It's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps.
Stay on your knees. Stay on the plantation, boy. I've decided to be a free man. Slave is a choice. That's what this is all about, baby. But it's not going to work. You can spend $1 trillion on this election in Memphis, and those guys up in Nashville are not going to change these districts. The only way they do it is that the Supreme Court tell them they got to do it. Yeah, you might go to the Supreme Court and get them to make them do it. But short of that, it's not going to happen, Captain. They are tired of y'all. I bet half the money for the whole state of Tennessee go down to Memphis. And they steal all of it. All the money comes down from Washington to help poor people, poor black people. They steal all of it. Bunch of thieves, lying perverts. They make me sick.
Sick.
So now the churches tell you who they work for, don't they? No, they're not trying to get anybody to the altar. They're not telling people, look, no matter what happens in Nashville, you're in there of Jesus Christ, you're a child of God, you're going to be fine. No. They're not trying to get these children out of these terrible public schools. and have them come to schools where they can learn about God and learn to be good people and learn to get married and get a job and get a trade. No. They want to keep them in the public educational system where they can milk public money out of them, give to the teachers unions, because the teachers unions give money to the Democratic Party.
There you go.
They want these children to learn to be virtuous children because they get now money from the LGBTQ community. It goes to the Democratic Party. These black preachers are horrible. They are terrible individuals, and God is going to deal with them. But right now, you people in Memphis and you people all over the world, you better look out for them. They are scared to death. They know that if they do not win this election in 2026, they are done. And I mean done. Because if they can't win this election in 2026, they know they're done in 2028. And if we get them in 2028, we got them in perpetuity, baby. They know it. So yeah, it's on now. And I'm going to be as involved in it as I can possibly be, because I am not a Republican. Let me make that plain to you again. I keep telling y'all, keep lying on me.
Here I come. Here I come.
No! Say it again. Say something else. Oh! Say something else. Say something else, nigga.
I'm a conservative. I'm an independent. I'm a Christian conservative. Why am I not a Republican? They lie too much, they spend too much money, and they play too much on the LGBTQ side. They get a little bit too moderate for me. And my life and my politics are all driven by the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
That's how I decide how I vote. And the people that are closest to that are the ones that get my vote. And either party right now. The Democratic Party is just nowhere close to it. And the Republican Party is right now moving too far from it. But I stay where I am. You hear me?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
So to all those apostate preachers in Memphis, Jesus Christ said, how do you know a false prophet? You know them by the fruit he bears. You will not get bad fruit from a good tree, a good fruit from a bad tree. Each tree in this fruit be after his own kind. Isn't that what he said? Well, if Memphis is a cesspool of violence and poverty, and crime, look at the tree. It's telling you there are false prophets in Memphis. One of the few good preachers there is Anton Williams. I love him to death. Good man. Ask him, he'll tell you all about it. Memphis needs a revival. Memphis needs a revival. If y'all go to World Overcomers Church in Memphis, they'll tell you all about the revival that needs to come in Memphis. It's one of the few good churches, black churches in America, a few good black churches in the South. It is definitely one of the few good black churches in Memphis. Hopefully the revival will come. Hopefully the people in Memphis will beat back these old pork chop, chicken eating, no good, lying, shyster, greasy black preachers. And I tell you, God is a good God because he stays his hand against these people. He wants to give them as many opportunities as he can to repent. You better be glad I'm not God. Because I'd be hitting you with lightning bolts like, boo, 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 boo. But that's God's business. He knows what's best. We're going to let him handle it. And I'm going to allow him to stay my hand. But take this information. Use it accordingly. Because I'm going to be here to wake you up. I hope I did you some good here today. So join me again for another edition of the Vince Everett Ellison Show.
In the last
48 hours, U.S. forces had delivered a series of hammer blows so devastating that even Iran's own regime insiders are now publicly breaking ranks. And the cracks running through the Islamic Republic are no longer hairline fractures, they're fault lines. Stick with me to the very end of this video, because the most explosive story isn't what American bombs just did to Iran's military. It's what Iran's own leaders are now doing to each other. Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, your patron professor, here to help you make sense of the madness with breaking news and analysis you're not going to get anywhere else. So you know what to do. Make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. Also, I need to ask you something. Are you tired of waking up blindsided by the next crisis, right? The next election twist, the next hit on your values? That's why I send out my brand new Patriot Alerts to my followers each and every morning. They're real-time updates, so you see the next story before it hits the headlines. You don't have time to watch the news all day long. That's my job. Click the link in the description, get on the list, and let me keep your family 2 steps ahead. As we speak, CENTCOM has just completed a 7-hour precision strike wave that tore through Iran's military infrastructure from the Persian Gulf to the Iraqi border. CENTCOM's official statement confirmed that U.S. fighter aircraft, drones, and naval vessels launched precision munitions against Iranian missile and drone sites, naval capabilities, and coastal defense systems, all of it focused on degrading Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping and the civilian crews who work those vessels. Dozens of military targets hit. 7 hours of continuous operations. And this wave came directly on the heels of the previous round, which CENTCOM said hit over 80 Iranian targets with precision munitions just days before. And so the key here is that we're seeing a sustained, methodical campaign with a very specific goal to strip the IRGC of every naval asset, every coastal missile launcher, every command node that lets them threaten shipping through the strait. And according to President Trump, Iranian forces haven't seen anything yet.
We're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. And then next week it gets really bad for them, because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate.
Now, the key with power plants is that Iran's Air Defense Command needs electricity to coordinate responses. The IRGC needs power to execute missile launches. The regime needs working communications infrastructure to suppress the popular discontent that's already simmering beneath the surface. Knock out the grid, and you effectively render Iranian forces blind. And then Trump mentioned the bridges. Now, those are the logistics arteries that move what little military resupply is still flowing inside Iran. We talked about this yesterday, about the destruction of Iran's land-based lifeline, a rail corridor running from Tehran through Mashhad into Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and onward to China and Russia. That lone lifeline has been obliterated. CENTCOM took out the Oktake-Khan bridge with cruise missiles, the critical link to Iran's biggest trading partners. Now, keep in mind, this is the railway artery that was keeping Iranian military resupply viable while maritime routes were under interdiction. It's now gone. Nothing is rolling in on that corridor anymore. Strip the power in the bridges, and the Islamic Republic's ability to function as a coherent military force approaches zero. Now, of course, this military campaign is all happening at the same time there's a money shortage that's being imposed on Iran. On July 14th, CENTCOM officially reimposed the naval blockade on all maritime traffic entering and leaving.
What up, Jason? You right on that. Jason said Democrats tried to earn votes by calling Republicans stupid. Great strategy, right?
Iranian ports. More than 20 U.S. Navy warships and hundreds of military aircraft are operating across the region to effectively choke off Iran from any and all revenue that they would be getting from their oil exports, which is costing them upwards of $500 million a day. Now, this is what brought them to the negotiating table weeks earlier, right? They simply could not economically survive the U.S. enforced blockade. And keep in mind, they were already economically collapsing before the first bomb dropped. And it's only gotten worse. I mean, take a look at this chart for comparison. In October 2023, $1 US cost 500,000 Iranian rials on the parallel market. By July of this year, that same dollar costs 1,800,000 reals. That's a 260% collapse in the currency's value in under 3 years. The IMF puts Iran's inflation at 69% year over year in 2026, and you'll notice that the chart shows the currency cratering in near vertical drops at each military escalation. The 12-day war, the U.S.-Israel strikes, and now the renewed strike campaign paired with the second naval blockade. The real has never recovered from a single one of those shocks, and it only gets worse with every subsequent shock, including this one. The regime is simultaneously fighting a war and presiding over a collapsing economy that its own people can no longer afford to live in. So the military and money strategy for Trump is simply this: the combination of military degradation and economic strangulation will lead inevitably to internal fracture. That's what the Trump administration is looking for. The combination of military degradation and economic strangulation will end up shattering the regime from within. The pressure of the military and money campaign will be too much for the regime to sustain without cracking. And that is exactly what we are seeing. This is going to absolutely blow you away. But first, who loves sushi? Americans, in fact, USA residents only. Iran is not just losing the military battle, it's losing the political battle inside its own government. Let me introduce you to Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the parliament speaker, the IRGC veteran, the man Iran appointed to lead its negotiating team with the United States. Now, for months, the hardliners in Tehran have been screaming that Ghalibaf is a traitor, that anyone who would negotiate with the great Satan is himself satanic. And what was so fascinating is that in the midst of all those threats from the hardliners, Ghalibaf's response was to actually call them out as extremists. He told the Iranian public that these hardliners would destroy Iran if they had their way, that they were basically suicidal. And he warned that this militant current was only going to result in catastrophe for the nation. Now, what you got to get here is that that is not a minor political spat. This is the Islamic regime at war with itself. One faction wants to negotiate while the other sees negotiation as satanic treason. Okay, that's not a disagreement. That's an existential antithesis. Yes, and we've seen that same baby. Radical...
Right, 80 million strong, baby. Yes, yes. Gorilla Nuts. Welcome to the chat, Greg. Welcome to the chat, Greg. That's what's up.
Discrepancy from within the regime in the past few days. Ghalibaf posted on his Telegram channel that he has every intention of using diplomacy and negotiations to bring this current crisis to an end, to ensure that...
Right, Abraham Lincoln freed the blacks, you know what I'm saying? Abraham Lincoln had reparation. Abraham Lincoln had the 40 acres and a mule. But he got assassinated, and Andrew Johnson didn't even, push it. He got rid of it. Republican, Abraham Lincoln, the president, had it for the black Americans to get the reparation and 40 acres and a mule, but he got assassinated. And Andrew Johnson did not push it. He kept it. He said, forget it. And that's what happened. Democrat pushed the bullshit. They keep pushing the bullshit. They keep lying. Study lying. They don't care about America at all. They hate America.
National interests of the country, all the while his own foreign ministry said the very opposite on the very same day, vowing to fight to the end, that they had no intention of returning to talks. The right hand and the left hand of the Iranian government are publicly contradicting each other in real time. That is not a regime that is winning. Right. That's a regime that is fracturing.
Party
Now,
is everything.
at the same time, Iranian dissident media is reporting that the majority of Iran's 388th Mechanized Assault Brigade in Sistan, Baluchistan, which is the largest province in Iran, in the southeast of the country, they were wiped out by U.S. forces. That has yet to be confirmed by CENTCOM, but it's all over Iranian dissident media, and the Iranian army has reportedly confirmed 8 of its servicemen killed in Hormozgan and Bushehr provinces. Now, note these weren't conscripts or low-level foot soldiers. The Iranian army and IRGC confirmed by name 11 of their own men killed in a single strike window, meaning U.S. precision targeting has penetrated Iran's most sensitive coastal defense zones and is killing named, identified military personnel at a rate the regime can no longer hide from its own population. So here's the bottom line to this, where we are right now. What you're watching is not just a military campaign. You're watching the simultaneous military and political collapse of the Islamic Republic's ability to sustain this war. From the sea, the naval blockade is back in place, choking Iran's oil economy with 20-plus American warships. From the air, a 7-hour precision strike wave that's degraded Iran's coastal defenses to the point where it can't reliably threaten commercial shipping. From within, a regime civil war between pragmatists and hardliners has broken into the open, with Iran's lead negotiator openly calling his own countrymen extremists who are going to destroy the nation. And from the top of it all, a president who has set a deadline, power plants and bridges, and who's made it clear that the strikes will continue until he says it's enough. The walls are not just closing in, they're closing in on every axis simultaneously. And the question is no longer whether the Islamic Republic will be forced to deal. The question is whether it can hold itself together long enough to reach the table. What you're seeing in the news is just a tiny slice of a much bigger story. In my free mini ebook, I show you how this civilizational crisis is actually a turning point and what it means for your family's future. It's short, it's free, and it will change the way you see what's happening around you. Click the link below, grab the ebook, and start seeing this moment through the...
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And, of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you these stories every day. Now, y'all, today we're talking about your boy, the illustrious sub 10% approval rating mayor of Chicago, Brandon Brandy Boy Johnson. Y'all, Chicago is having a very tough...
If you haven't already subscribed, we had 2,223 subscribers. Appreciate you guys. Subscribe. Let's continue.
Go of it under his leadership. Word just came out that they are going to be getting rid of 700 teachers in Chicago, y'all, and another 800 support.
No problem, good citizen. No problem, bro. No problem. I should have been made you a moderator. My bad on that, man. Appreciate you guys, man. You guys been with me for a long time. Very, very grateful. Thank you.
Support staff like counselors, etc. So on a whole, y'all, 1,500, more than 1,500 teachers and support staff are being let go in Chicago. Now you might say, well, why are they doing that? It's all due to their disastrous budget. The lack of funds, y'all, the good old lack of funds. So we're going to be taking a look at that first here today. And also, y'all, it's not just the teachers, it's not just the schools. Chicago on a whole has a $130 million budget shortfall. And now the illustrious sub 10% approval rating mayor and his staff are pointing fingers at the alders, saying it's all their fault. We'll take a look at all of that, y'all, in a short, quick video. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
Chicago Public Schools is facing a painful math problem. They've got a $732 million budget gap, and now leaders are proposing some major staff cuts, more than 700 teachers and more than 800 paraprofessionals. NBC5's Randy Gyllenhaal live tonight at CPS headquarters with what this could mean for students when classes start back up in the fall. Randy?
Well, Stephen, as you mentioned, Chicago Public Schools working to close that massive budget deficit. They additionally have billions of dollars in long-term debt as well. However, the teachers union here in Chicago is calling the layoffs reckless.
Every impact hurts. These are real people.
In a virtual presentation.
Right, the party never switched. It never switched. Stop believing the okie doke. The ones who think it did. It never switched. Right, good citizen, Florida, grown. Right, you guys let them know in the chat. It never switched, man. Stop the okie doke. Stop being indoctrinated by this bullshit.
Announcing the cut-down budget, Chicago Public Schools said more than 1,000 teachers and staff will not be brought back in the coming year.
This process is painful for everyone all the way around.
School CEO Dr. Macklin King said cost-cutting is underway, freezes and efficiencies, plus 5 furlough days added for teachers.
Y'all, can you believe that the Chicago Public Schools is $9 billion in debt? You better believe, y'all. I'm telling you now, whatever your tax rate is right now, people, it's gonna go up. I'm just telling you now, all across the country. Now this doesn't mean every state, this doesn't mean every city, this doesn't mean every municipality, but in general, this country is highly in debt. They say, we're gonna come after the millionaires.
Right, that's what I'm saying, Florida. They keep on voting Democrat, especially the black females, because they want to stay under government assistance. They don't need no mans. They independent. You know what I'm saying? They can have about 8 baby daddies, 8 babies. They don't give a fuck. They ratchet. They nasty. Promiscuous. Not all of them, but the ones you see them, especially the ones with them damn bonnets on. God damn. Half the hairs ain't even done. They got the bonnet on. You nasty. Wash your fucking hair. Take that shit off. They just lazy. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors not fight for this bullshit. These people, you know what I'm saying, March, fall, got attacked by dogs, got sprayed on by water, all type of goofy shit. And you guys so much all oppressed. Ain't nobody's being attacked by a dog. Ain't nobody being sprayed by a motherfucking water hose. Ain't nobody got to send the National Guard to make sure you go to school back and forth nice and safe. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of that going on. We had kids that had a National Guard to make sure they go to school safe. But you son of bitches, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like y'all going through that. That's not even happening. That shit crazy as hell. How y'all forget history like that fast? Put the phone down, man. I grew up in the 80s and 90s when we didn't have no phones. We had our imaginations outside running around. Come home before the street light come on. Be on the porch before the street light come on. You know what I'm saying? Or on the block, period. Something where the parents can see your dumb ass. Period. What happened, man? Now you want to do the teen takeovers, 3 in the morning. These kids out here running around, jumping on cars, arguing with each other, fighting. Y'all want to blame Trump. It's Trump's fault. How was Trump fault? Your dumbass kid out here at 3 in the morning doing a teen takeover. Now they stupid ass in jail. That's your fucking fault. Bad parenting. Shut up, blank. Look at this dude. Look at this dude.
They coming after you, y'all. You better believe it. Just CPS is $9 billion in debt.
By the numbers, it's nearly a $10 billion budget, but CPS is $9 billion in debt.
Dang.
This budget adds no new debt, but 760 teachers would be laid off and about...
So I'm glad I left Chicago. I wasn't head of security at Austin High School. They would have took my position away. Because the position I had wasn't even a union job. They had me sent off. I think I'm a part of the union and shit. I was out there protesting. One of these days when I go live, I'll pull a video up, you know what I'm saying? I was out there protesting with they dumbass with the teacher union. They get paid, I didn't get paid. So it came to my birthday, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get some money, go to Vegas, kick it, do my thing. I ain't get no paycheck. No union check. You're not part of the union. I'm like, you sons of the bitches. I was out here for 3-4 months with you guys marching and talking, picketing on the streets, man. I was right there on Central and Lake. Protesting with my signs with them. Lori Lightfoot, get on the right foot. Man, that was petty. Yes, I was a Democrat at the time. God woke up, man. Really woke up. Red pill for life. No black pill, no voter's remorse. Red pill, yes.
800 paraprofessionals, some of them could be brought back.
We anticipate that the majority of these teachers and ESP, education support personnel, will be rehired in the district, and we're going to do everything we can.
Right, Chicago keep on voting Democrat. What, since 1922? They've been voting Democrat since 1922. Chicago. That's crazy. They want to keep blaming Trump. How y'all blaming Trump when y'all since 1922 keep voting Democrat? Stupid.
And to make sure that that happens.
But the Chicago Teachers Union, in a letter to the district, calling the budget dead on arrival, though some teachers already got notice.
I've seen people starting to post already that they've lost their positions. I've seen quite a few special education teachers.
Talking about college and career coaches. Just today I heard a dance teacher on the west side who was let go.
CTU says they want state lawmakers to step in Springfield with more funding to avert drastic cuts.
We know that there's been talk about special sessions for data centers, for sports teams. I think it's time for the biggest mega project to be fully funding our schools, fully supporting our...
Right, you got to blame both sides. Guys, we just had Mitch McConnell. The man's, supposed to be brain dead. The man had been in office down there 40 years. You got Nancy Pelosi, 40, Joe Biden, 50 on both sides. These guys been in power too fucking long. We keep voting them in, and we want different results on both sides of the aisle. You got your rhinos, you got your swamp on both sides of the aisle. Keep voting these people in, ain't nothing happening. That's on us as voters. That's on us. You know what I'm saying? Term limits. On both sides. There's no way you should fucking die in office. How the fuck you guys get that old and die in office damn near? Retire, step down, mentor somebody else. You know what I'm saying? What happened to mentoring? What happened to that? When it comes to the president and vice president, the president's supposed to be the mentor for the vice president, step up for the next, you know what I'm saying? What we need to go on. The continuation, what happened to that? The last elections we had, they keep on picking people slower than them because they want to get outshined. I want him to look better than me. I'm going to get somebody stupid. Joe Biden said it himself. I'm gonna get Kamala Harris. I'm gonna give me a black woman because he wants the black votes. He gonna get somebody they call him racist just to get the black votes. And they voted for it. Damn near. Come on, man. That shit crazy. Yeah, both sides not perfect. We know why both sides not perfect because we fucking human. But the laws is great. It's the people. That's what the Constitution say. We the people. We gotta keep it great. We can't bring in motherfucking people who don't like America. Keep these stupid ass people up out of here. Do not let them in the office. Nowhere near the office. Only office they should go to is to a classroom office or to a school somewhere. Shit like that. Right, I can't stand none of this shit either. And in the beginning, you know what I'm saying, for a good 100 years before the Democrat Party, the blacks was voting Republican for about 100 years or more. Then the bullshit happened, they flipped to Democrat. And it kept being chopped up throughout the history. Before then, blacks was voting Republican for about 100 years, if not more. On the real. And think about it. Obama got rid of 3 million of them. 3 million illegals. Obama, the porter-in-chief, got rid of 3 million illegals. Everything was cool. Trump came. Everybody started voting for Trump. They opened the gate back up, letting them in. They tried everything. Open the gates up, let the illegals back in. Extend the temporary status a little bit longer. Then lied about said, oh, we're not letting nobody in. Ain't no illegal. Ain't no border crisis. Come to find out, during the red eye, on the plane, they shipping them different places. You had Jean Pete Pierre, and you had Jen Psaki circle back. They was both lying about it. No, there's nothing going on. Jen Psaki lying. Jean Pierre lying. They were straight sending these people in planes. That's what the governor of Texas say. Hold on, y'all can want to send these son of bitches to our states. We finna start going ahead and sending to y'all states, to y'all places. Don't send them to the Republican states. Don't send them to these red states. That's what happened. The governors got pissed off. Y'all keep on flooding our states with these fucking illegals. And if they didn't do that, we didn't even know nothing about it. It took the governors of state of Texas to push this shit. So everybody really wake up to see that it was a crisis. Remember he busted illegals to the Kamala house? That shit was funny.
Communities.
Well, the next step here, the budget will go through some public hearings with a vote possible in front of the school board July 30th.
So as you can see, CPS, they haven't managed their funds properly. They're $9 billion in debt. $9 billion in debt, y'all.
When it comes to black lives, they only matter. Lives only matter when it's a white person involved or opposite race involved. Because when the black kill each other, black on black crime, you don't hear nothing about this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's another rap song, pretty much. That's fucked up. Black people don't care about each other, man. All right, Floyd, appreciate you, man. You heading out? All right, man. You know, I'll be back around again. Appreciate you, man.
And Chicago as a city is also not managing its funds properly. It has a $130 million budget shortfall. Now, that's not talking about how much debt they have. That's just talking about for the next fiscal year, how much money they need in order to meet their current commitments, y'all.
Final voice this week after Chicago's mayor announced a $130 million budget shortfall. Today's is the Chicago's budget director. WGN political editor Tamam Bradley is here with what she's saying.
Good afternoon, Jewel. Chicago's 2026 budget took effect without Mayor Johnson's signature. The final product was tweaked and passed by a city council coalition that opposes the mayor on finances. The budget is underperforming, so city leaders are playing the blame game. It was like a mini earthquake this week at City Hall. Word from Mayor Brandon Johnson that the Chicago budget was $130.
Need more people like me. Thank you, man. I'm just doing my best, man. I'm doing my best. It's all about God and Jesus, man. Ain't nothing about me. You know what I'm saying? My channel's political, but this is God platform. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing about it too. We get too big headed, you know what I'm saying? Everything we do is about God. It's all about Jesus. So my platform is all about Jesus. Ain't not about no Trump. None of that shit. I'm cussing because I can, because this is God's platform. I'm letting him use me to get the message out. It's a warfare going on, good against evil. You know what I'm saying? And I remember growing up, you know what I'm saying, it was a matter of time. They're going to start talking about having aliens. And here we are, talking about aliens. I'm like, what the? That's crazy. And then also just recently, I'll be reading, and sometimes I do auto reading when it comes to the Bible. And just remember how in the Bible, it was talking about in Revelations how man be talking to statues. And people like statues, what do you mean by that? They mean about mummies or something like that. Like, no, he was talking about robots. You know what I'm saying? Revelation was talking about robots. And we got AI robots now. So ain't no telling what it is. The market of the beast could be AI. Whatever it is, you gotta stay prayed up and stay in the word, man. For real. I got 2 channels, but the other channels is spiritual as well. But, you know, that's the main one I've been kicking off with everybody. I appreciate you guys listening. I appreciate you guys being here on the real, because we got to wake up, man. Stay awake. Stay awake. They trying to mess us up with our food. They trying to mess us up with these shots. They trying to mess us up with this damn air. Thank you, George, for subscribing, George. Thank you, man. George Robinson, thank you for subscribing, man. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you for being part of the community, man. Everybody is welcome. On the real, man.
$30 million short. Finger pointing began in earnest. The mayor blames a rebel block of alders.
Gaps have emerged due to the regressive revenue options that members of the city council that were more aligned with corporate interests put forward.
The rebel bloc says the budget hole is the mayor's fault.
He's basically not done his work and decided that he's not going to implement the budget that he's been given.
We did the RFP. We put that out in April. I don't know how that's slow walking.
Budget Director Annette Guzman is following the war of words.
The rebel alders say the administration is not trying hard enough to raise the revenue they added to the budget. Are you slow walking implementing the budget?
Absolutely not. We have been meeting since January to, one, understand the elements of the budget and the management ordinance that they passed it. We've, you probably remember it during last year's negotiations on the budget, asking several times, can we meet? Can we understand what you've put in here?
So look, they've already put taxes on online gambling. They put taxes on crypto. They've put taxes on all kinds of stuff. And they're still saying we need another $130 million just to make this fiscal year's budget work, y'all.
That's insane. You can't put money on money. And that don't work. I'm saying it wrong. I want to say I'm not saying it right. But I hope you guys in chat understand what I'm trying to get at. You can't... Wow. You can't keep spending like this. And that's the problem. We keep printing money. That's why we ain't all this bullshit going on. They keep printing the money. Print. And then tell you ain't nothing there. Yes, it is. Y'all keep printing it. But y'all print the money, y'all put it over here and over there. Y'all being selective where y'all want to print the money and where to put it at. Because how in the hell we sent all that money into Ukraine? Every president, you know what I'm saying, sent money to these foreign nations. I'm tired of that shit too. I'm irritated. Like, what the fuck? I'm tired of this damn war. Hey, Trump, can we get this shit over with? Blow their ass the fuck up. Call it a day. Why we keep on letting it go? We letting it go on too long. 47 years been going on long enough. Come on, Trump, end it. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? All this Israel, Palestine shit. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't know none of these people. I don't like what the government is doing. I pray for the people and I pray for the government to do better. I hate nobody over there. But all this, they the chosen ones, they did this, they did that. We're all God's children. And at the end of the day, when Jesus come back, we all gonna bow. Satan himself gonna have to fucking bow. We all special. We all God's kids. We all his children. Let's pray for this war to stop. Pray for peace. Pray for unity. Nobody is right. Nobody is perfect. It's in the Bible. Get a chance to read the Ethiopian Bible. It's 88 books. Check that stuff out. They say don't read it as scripture, but they say read it. Check it out. It's amazing. You will see how, you know what I'm saying, over time, how the government has been playing with us since day one. Since Caesar, all these great leaders and scholars and emperors and kings, they've been playing us since day one when it comes to religion. They use this as control. And we can't let this get sent off, man. We can't let this get sent off. And the Bible is the best thing to read, period. Read the Bible and read the Ethiopian Bible. If you can't read, get the audio. The fuck is out there. Because it's needed, man. You gotta stay waking up. They talking about aliens. They talking about stuff in the sky. Different types of signs and wonders. People online saying they had different type of dreams of them being in hell, they've been in heaven. You know what I'm saying? It's out there, man. They talking about Venezuela, the sky was red. What's going on, man? Either they making these things happen to make the prophecy look like the prophecy is real, or the prophecy is real. Stay in the word, read the word, stay prayed up for the discernment. Because everything now, they got the AI getting better and better with this AI shit. It's getting better and better. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to these thumbnails. Some of these thumbnails, you would think that's the real person. You're like, oh, no, that ain't that. It's AI. Yeah.
augmented reality, we haven't found a city that's done this to scale. The advertising revenue has been done in the city of Chicago.
Right, all this is trash. Jesus is the way to go. They know that.
Before and did not raise any revenue. And so we're trying to develop an infrastructure where we can meet the revenue goals that they've set for us. When it comes to the debt sale, there has not been one city in the country that has done a debt sale of the size, the type, or the magnitude that City Council put in our budget.
At the midway point of the year, it's hard to know how much of a hole the 2026 budget will face, especially since, according to Guzman, other revenue measures, such as the social media tax, online sports betting, and the lease tax charged on services and cloud computing, are performing better than expected.
We have a number of revenue sources that are overperforming, and that'll help mitigate some of the issues that we're seeing with some of the revenues that have yet to achieve any numbers thus far this year, and that's a good thing.
Before putting out a forecast for what the exact budget gap could be, Guzman's office is waiting for the summer receipts to come in. The city raises the most revenue during the summer, Joel.
So yeah, y'all, there has been bad stewardship of the money for many, many years in many, many places in this country and by the United States as a whole. And the bills are finally coming due. Don't believe that these taxes, y'all, are only going to affect the millionaires. Frankly, there aren't enough million and billionaires to plug all of these budget shortfalls. This includes Social Security, y'all. They're going to be coming after you and your money. Mark my words. But what do you think, y'all? What's the solution? Let go of 700 teachers and another 800 support staff? What do you think should happen? Let me know, y'all. Drop a comment down below. But before you do, please stop. Hit the share button. Share this video out over email, text message, WhatsApp, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, all your favorite social mediums. And, of course, if you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. Thank y'all for watching. Love y'all, and we'll see you back in the next one. You know that we are a paralegal school. If you've been watching our program now, you know that we've been around for 23 years.
Illinois will be the first state in the nation to eliminate the use of cash bail. The SAFE-T Act officially takes effect after the state Supreme Court ruled the new law to be constitutional in July. Whether you do or don't support the SAFE-T Act, Monday is monumental for Illinois. State Representative LaShawn Ford expects it to take some time to work out the kinks and fully understand the nuances of the new law. But overall says the SAFE-T Act is about fairness and may even save taxpayers money.
This law actually says that if you're not a threat to the community, then you should not be incarcerated pre-trial, and taxpayers should not be funding you stand in jail while you're waiting on your trial date.
Cook County Public Defender Sharon Mitchell echoes Ford's perspective.
No law is perfect, but we know that the money bond is unfair. It's just a really despicable process. Nobody should have to sit in jail just because they can't afford bond.
But there is still some confusion surrounding the new law of the land, and police are anticipating its potential challenges.
That part does very much concern me because I think that there are folks that think, you know, I can do X, Y, and Z and I'm not going to be arrested if it doesn't fall into a forcible felony. Well, there's a variety of other factors that could result in your detention. And just because we can't physically detain you like overnight for a number of days does not mean that we're not going to arrest you from the scene and physically take you back to jail, because we are.
Leaders say this is going to take the help of everyone. That means police, prosecutors, public defenders, and judges. The SAFE-T Act does take effect tomorrow.
Boy. So we got to talk about woke Illinois.
I get what you're coming from. That's what I'm saying. If you read the Bible, you'll get where I'm coming from also about the Ethiopian Bible. The Bible basically saying Jesus is the way, period. But when it comes to the Ethiopian Bible, they took most of the stuff out of there and in the Bible. They want you to believe in the priests, the rabbis, and all that. The middleman. There's no middleman. It's just Jesus. That's it. Jesus is the way. Nobody on earth is the middleman. Only Jesus. Period. I think in China even missing Jesus. In China, before the Bible was even written itself, I think his name was Shane Dai. Check that out. Jesus is real. Jesus been prophesied for centuries, man. And I don't understand how y'all don't want to believe in them. But it is what it is.
Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker experiencing the consequences of his own soft oil crime policies that he decided to enact. Okay, and the bill that we got to talk about here today is the so-called Safety Act, right? Don't you guys love how Democrats name these bills, right? If you want to know what a Democrat bill is going to do, right, what a piece of legislation is going to do, it's going to do the exact opposite of what it says it's going to do, right? So if the bill says that it's going to, for example, reduce inflation, just understand it's actually going to make inflation worse. If it says it's going to make people...
You guys got to read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm telling you, man, you really understand Jesus if you read those full books in its entirety, all 4 of those. Read the Bible, period. But if you want to know Jesus, man, read those 4. Of course, Acts as well. You'll get an understanding.
Safer and stop crime, it's only going to make crime worse, and it's not going to make people safer. If it says that it's going to reduce the cost of living, right, or create affordable housing, it's only going to make housing more unaffordable, and it's going to increase the cost of living, right? That is how you evaluate what a Democrat bill will do, right? And that's exactly what happened with this Safety Act, because it has now become a controversial piece of legislation because it doesn't seem to be working. Violent criminals are getting out due to the bail reform law that essentially allows...
And then Illinois, I think they ended up losing 250 inmates off the tags or something like that. They lost their tags, ankle monitors. They out here running around. You want to defund the police? No, do not do that. Put more money into the police. Find them more. Get them more training, better equipment.
Repeat offenders out on the streets until they actually do something super violent like murder somebody.
Rob, since the Safety, Accountability, Fairness, and Equity Today Act was signed into law, eliminating cash bail in Illinois, there have been some modifications, but the public debate, mainly along party lines, continues about how effective it is, and that will be the case when the legislature reconvenes next week. The goal of the Safety Act, with its no-cash bail provision, was to provide a better way to keep dangerous suspects in jail pending trial. At the same time, it was written to make sure people did not stay locked up for lesser offenses pre-trial simply because they were poor and could not afford bail. Governor J.B. Pritzker today said it's been working.
The Safety Act has been highly effective. In fact, as you've seen, since the Safety Act was passed, crime rates across the state of Illinois have gone down.
In November, when a suspect with 72 prior arrests who was out on election.
Stop lying, JP. Jabba the Hutt. Reporting the crime is down, but crime is not down. I pray that it does be down, but it's not down.
Monitoring was caught on video setting a woman on fire on a CTA train. It reignited debate about the Safety Act. It prompted House Republicans to send a 7-page letter to Governor Pritzker with a series of proposals.
We drafted a letter to help him with those changes. Here are some ideas. You don't have to recreate the wheel. You can own it and you can do it because all we care about is the fix.
Among the suggestions, expand the offenses eligible for pretrial detention to include all felonies and allow for revocation of pretrial release if a person commits a new offense while on pretrial release.
So I think if they're really going to make the changes and amend the Safety Act to actually make it work, we have got to quit propping up criminals and repeat offenders and stand with victims.
Well, I don't know if anything needs to change at all, if anything. But let me say this. The Safety Act is working.
Nevertheless, House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch expressed a willingness to listen.
In a role like this, you're always looking to see if you can do better. Are there some things that we can do to the Safety Act to make it even better? I don't know.
With Democrats holding supermajorities in both chambers of the legislature and having broadly championed the law, it's not clear what, if anything, they would change.
All I've said is, and I think this is always true, I am open to listening to what changes ought to be made. These are tweaks that I believe that could be made to the Safety Act, but you know, proposals have to be made in the General Assembly.
Brian, I understand the cash bail argument, but like that maybe works if you're talking about a poor man and a rich man arrested the first time in their lives for the same crime, and one guy gets to walk because he can afford to pay bail, and the other guy has to sit in jail for 2 years before he's even convicted of a crime. This guy had a rap sheet that was 5 pages long. You know, why are we giving second chances and ankle monitors to somebody who's been, charged with a violent carjacking and armed robbery?
Violent.
Hey, Elizabeth, great to see you again. Look, in a civilized society, Tally should have never been on the street. Let's face it.
Right, that's the thing. I see it was a little petty crime, whatever, but these when people are violent and letting them right back out. Like, they stabbing, get right back out. Shoot somebody, get right back out. Hit somebody with their car, they get right back out. Throw somebody down the stairs, they get back out. Drop kick somebody, hit their head against the wall, they get back out. Like, are you fucking serious? Yeah, if they ain't pay a parking ticket, alright, you know what I'm saying, let them slide, whatever. But these people be violent as fuck. And they let them out. Violent, they let them out. That's crazy. That's not how that works. But that's the problem. That's these liberal Karens and Kevins and these beta fucking males. They get into office and they come to these dumbass ideas. And you people vote for this dumbass shit. And then when y'all vote, y'all don't even read. Y'all just see color. Read the fucking paperwork. Read what's going on. Just read. The Democrat Party didn't want the black people to read back then. Y'all wanted to be so much in the past. The Democrat Party did not want the blacks to read. They did not want the slaves to read, you fucking idiots. Jeez. The Democrat Party never switched. The party never switched. These are the same people that want the illegals to outvote us. They want the illegals to come in and take our votes. They're not part of the Constitution. We are. No illegal is part of the Constitution. Jesus Christ. ICE gonna snatch you up because you black. ICE not gonna snatch me up because I'm black. You fucking idiot. Fear mongering. That's all the Democrat Party do is fear monger, chaos. Has the Democrat Party ever say USA? Has anybody from the Democrat Party said they love America? Has anybody from the Democrat Party said they love America? Anything positive about America? It's always negative. It's always this victimhood bullshit. And y'all have the nerve to name call people. But you guys are pussies. You guys are soft, man. Grow up. We can show you guys facts all day. You guys gonna walk off, roll your eyes, or just turn red or some shit. Or commit suicide or try to kill somebody. You guys are weird, man. And that's the problem. You let the weirdos get into power and they go nuts. You get them inch, they want them out. Crazy.
His rap sheet is longer than a CVS pharmacy receipt that we get here in California. It's like 2 feet long.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Exactly. His is longer than that, by the way. But look, there is a catastrophic failure at 3 levels. It starts with the legislator, Elizabeth. The Illinois legislature removed cash bail in 2023 in September. They put in the Safety Act. It should be called the Danger Act. So if you're living in Illinois and you don't want this happening again, you better contact your legislator. Secondly, let's talk about the failure of this judge, okay? Even though the Safety Act is no cash bail, Elizabeth, this judge still had discretion to issue a $500,000 bail. He could have, or put other measures in place. He had discretion. This guy had 2 armed robberies in 2017. He assaulted a correctional officer 2024.
Well, I see the first time, all right, I fucked up, man. I made a mistake. It went too far. But to do it multiple times, and again. No, it's a lifestyle now. It's not a mistake. No, you on bullshit. You're not trying to do better. That's the thing. This man did it. How many times he did it? Too many times.
2025, an armed carjacking. He should have never been on the street. And then how does he get into a hospital with a gun?
Look at this. So you had the gun the first time. All right, cool. You get caught with the gun again. Then he's like, all right, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and steal. Then I'm flee. Then he said, all right, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and have a fight altercation with the correctional officer. Wow, and then armed carjack. This dude ain't trying to do better at all, man. Look at this rap sheet. Look at this scholar. Look at this. What white man did this to him? Who failed this man? What community did this? Donald Trump did this? This Trump fault? This man got five things on his rap sheet? Start off with the gun. Then went from the gun to stealing a car. Then fighting a correctional officer. Then had a gun. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Jesus Christ.
You've got security measures there. And the last thing I'm going to say is there needs to be an investigation. How this...
Again, you get caught with the gun the first time. All right, you know what's bad. All right. They didn't told him the rules. That, all right, man, if you get caught again, you know you fucked, right? You know it's a felon, right? You know what's going to happen to you, right? You know. And then once you go to jail, they're going to tell you, hey, man, you know you had a felon. You know what's going to happen to you. This is going to be this. They could be that. Because motherfuckers in jail, they the best lawyers. They invented the bullshit. They know what's going to happen. So they tell him, hey, man, I'm pretty sure somebody told him, don't do the dumb shit. But guess what? He get out there and do the dumb shit again. Now in this day, he did it 3-4 more times. He ain't trying to do better. He thinking that's doing better. And they gonna blame the white man. But you gonna call me a sellout. I'm tap dancing. Wow. So y'all glorify this. That's your man's. That's your man's. Y'all glorify that. He's the victim, huh? Get the fuck out of here.
Guy gets his hands on guns for the last 7 years.
Right.
Where did he get the gun? Did he get it from a dealer? If he did, there's potential culpability with the federal government if they didn't list his name on the list of somebody who should not be in the possession of a gun.
Mima, what is this new law? Is it new? How new is it in Illinois, and how many other states have laws like it?
Unfortunately, a lot of states do. It's really a point system, essentially an algorithm that assesses risk. So before there was a bail scale. So you're arrested for carjacking, armed robbery. This is the bail amount. But now it's not. It's essentially released. And we know electronic monitoring, it doesn't work. It supposes that people are going to follow the law and comply. And the problem is, this is someone who's a career criminal. Brian touched upon this, but he had pulled this stunt once before, this sort of fake drugs, because he...
Right, ain't no point in entertaining Ray. He ain't bring no value to the chat. He's gonna be feel good. You know what I'm saying? He got his frog suit on. You know what I'm saying? Inflated. He wasting time.
He knew that if he got into the hospital setting and they did
it's
imaging,
less secure.
Yeah, it's less secure, and they have to take off those handcuffs before you go in. He actually had this gun hidden in the fat of his skin. I mean, it's a really crazy story. That's why law enforcement didn't get it. But Brian's right. It's a legislative issue, and it's not something that is going to be resolved by computers or AI or points. This is someone that clearly on his face, you don't have to be a judge, you don't have to be a prosecutor, you can be an ordinary person and see that someone like Talley is not going to comply with any condition of pretrial release.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that, okay? This law does not protect the public, right? It does not make people safer, right? It actually just allows violent criminals to be caught and released, right? That's what they're doing. They're playing catch and release with violent criminals. But according to J.B. Pritzker, it's a success, right? It's amazing, okay? It's bringing down crime, okay? This is what they claim. Except it is backfiring on J.B. Pritzker at his own mansion, okay? Because you had one of these repeat offenders actually break into his mansion after being caught and released multiple times because of J.B. Pritzker's own law. So without further ado, let's go ahead and...
Clearly that's what the socialist agenda is. They believe in locking nobody up. Just straight chaos. No courts, no nothing. Just go out there. You good. This is going on in New York. New York, the same thing. And then the thing about it, they said it. They not even had it no more. They telling you, yeah, we want no jails. Motherfucker just run around. Fuck it.
Get into this.
Turning now to our morning Newsmax crime report. One of the major problems we often highlight in Chicago stems from a decision by Democrat lawmakers to eliminate cash bail. Offenders are released almost immediately after arrest, and many of them then go on to commit additional crimes. And now we have got a very interesting example of the problem. This one with a little twist that the Illinois...
Like I said, how these Democrats come to a conservative chat and be saying the most stupidest shit with no facts, just all feelings, and expect for us to change our ways, our policies, how we think. That's not going to work. Everybody got a platform for a reason. You got your Democrat platform, you got your this platform, that platform. Stay in your lane. That's the same thing. You gotta go to a red state and vote blue. That's stupid as hell. Why you go to a red state and vote blue? Keep that same policy where you was at and stay over there with that. Don't come over here to my channel and tell me blue shit. That shit's stupid as hell. I've been to the blue side and I'm staying red. Period. But I'm glad you guys in the chat. You know, on the real. That's why I named my chat Deunta Rants and Rave. Because I'm fed up with this. I got kids. I got a wife. And I'm in my generation to keep it happen. Peace. Love each other. Judged by their character. Not because they fucking color. And you know what I'm saying? You know, and then learn how to comply. All you gotta do is comply. Just comply. But nobody want to comply. Everybody want to get you to be right. Say the last word. You gotta prove a point. Prove a point for what? Because at the end of the day, when we die, your point will get proven, then what? Did it affect anything? Did it make a historical, life-changing, alternate thing down the line? Majority of the time, it didn't. Some of these last-minute thoughts, you can just keep it to yourself.
Governor probably didn't see coming. Crime correspondent Jason Matera is here with details. Jason?
Yeah, Edie Seal, J.B. Pritzker called his criminal justice reform the Safety Act. But an incident close to home may have given the governor a small taste of just how little safety his legislation provides.
Look at your own.
I get what you're saying. That both sides is evil and both sides want to stop the First Amendment. And that is true. There is some that want to do that. But you also got one side that want to come to the other side to cause corruption. And make it as if that's the other side that's doing it. It's like a movie. There's always a plot twist somewhere. There's always a mole. It's a ringleader. There's always something. You gotta watch out for it.
Damn backyard, Governor. Look in your own backyard.
John Cabello is telling Pritzker to look in his own backyard because that's exactly where Dwayne Milton was found on July 4th. Authorities say Milton jumped the governor's fence shortly after 10 p.m. and wandered around the property until Pritzker's security detail apprehended him.
And the only reason why that happened is because the governor has security 24/7 in all of the places that he lives. So if this was your backyard, the police would have not found this person. What would have happened? Yeah, you could have ended up dead, right? And that's the crazy part about this. Democrats will
forget Ron Paul. Ron Paul's a flip-flopper, man. Like people saying, people like Ron Paul, he be hitting on it, man. When it comes to the COVID, he was giving Dr. Fauci the flux when it came to COVID BS. And then after that, he started getting weird. It's like, come on, man. Stay one way. You a doctor, you know what I'm saying? You know the BS. You know the medicine ain't right. You know the vaccine ain't right. You know the boosters is bogus. No, Ron Paul, yeah, I like him too, but he flip flop. I don't trust him. Rand Paul, Juan Paul, whatever his name is. I said he was doing his thing when it came to Dr. Fauci.
But yet they don't have to deal with it because
I said the man's name. Oh well.
they have 24/7 security, right? Pritzker doesn't have to deal with it. So even if something happens, right, where you have a repeat criminal break into the governor's mansion, right, hop his fence, try to get in, wander around, okay, they got 24/7 security. So they got people there that can stop it. But the average person doesn't have that, right? They don't have the luxury of 24/7 security like Pritzker. Pritzker is also a billionaire. So even after he leaves office, he's still probably going to have plenty of security around him, okay? He certainly can afford it. So, again, it's stuff like this that I think pisses people off. It should piss off.
Yeah, I think Dr. Fauci is the same one that pissed off the HIV community. Look that up. Y'all want to do that, huh? Y'all know research about that. What was that movie with Matthew McConaughey? Dallas Cow something, whatever that shit called. It's about Dr. Fauci.
People, how Democrats will enact these insane laws and pieces of legislation that hurt everyday normal people, but yet they're shielded from the consequences of the laws that they're putting in place. It's insane. It really is.
And that question becomes even more important as Milton's criminal history is now coming to light. He's yet another Chicago man with more mugshots than fingers and was currently out on pretrial release for a slew of retail thefts. Police records show the longtime felon was arrested 3 times between April and May, only to be let go each time. Remember, no more bail in the state of Illinois. After his arrest in May, a Cook County judge reportedly placed Milton on electronic monitoring and limited his movement. But shocker, the guy whose rap sheet began in 1998 violated the judge's orders, which triggered an arrest warrant. Milton wasn't found until Independence Day, when he was strolling around the governor's Chicago mansion. To Illinois Sheriff Jeff Bower, this is another reminder that electronic monitoring is useless and no substitute for keeping repeat offenders behind bars.
There are simple truths in life and in the criminal justice system that I believe policymakers in Illinois want to avoid. And one of these simple truths.
Chad, why you gotta dare us to read a book or read some shit? Just say, can you guys check it out? Why you gotta dare us? We grown people in the chat. Ain't no little kids here, man. I double dog dare you to read the book. Simon says, read the book. Come on, man, stop it. Just say read the book. Check it out. We here, we grown. Ain't nobody scared, man. Wow, is it insightful? Okay to say that. It's all good in the chat, man. This is a good chat. This is a fun chat, man. On the real. You will see.
Happen to be that people who are in jail or prison cannot harm people outside of jail or prison.
And
hey, Chad, I'm running the show. I'm gonna check it out. I want to check it out. If I want my audience to check it out, I'll show it to them. Ain't no rush, bro. You just got here. What is you doing? Come on, man. At least just be a subscriber to the channel. That's the thing. Y'all come to our channel, at least be a subscriber. Why not? Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I don't ask for no money. I'm just asking for subscribers and likes.
Wayne Milton is now back in prison. He pleaded guilty to felony theft stemming from his May arrest and was sentenced to 1 year. But under Illinois law, he could be back out in just 6 months, giving Governor Pritzker yet another chance to see his criminal justice reforms.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. You're welcome to the chat, man. Everybody's welcome. I'm not here to preach nothing, hating nothing like that. Sense of humor is always good here. Why not have some laughter? Why not crack jokes? Let's have some fun. All this hatred, chosen ones. We all got children, man. We all got children. And then, too, people keep on thinking one sin is better than the other sin, or one sin is less than the other sin. Sin is sin. It's not good either way. Period. Sin is bad. That's all I would say. Sin is bad regardless, man. We all got to do better as people. We all got to do better. Marco.
It's the protection of its country. This is the sacred obligation that should transcend in all ideological divisions. It is why, for example, we have militaries. It's why we have intelligence agencies. It's why counterterrorism bureaus exist, why police forces exist.
Sorry about that, you guys. Can you guys hear me? Sorry about that, you guys.
Why police forces exist. Keeping our people safe is the reason why every country represented here has all of these things. We are all very well acquainted, as of now, of course, by now.
This will be the last video, you guys. I have been live streaming about 3 hours and maybe 30 minutes. So it's been like 3 hours and 30 minutes been live streaming with you guys. So I'm going to play this out and I'll be back.
With what has been described as traditional terrorist threats. For 25 years, the term counterterrorism, at least in the West, has meant first and foremost.
Hey, ASAP 13 Productions, man. You showed me a lot of conservative chats, man. 13 Productions, you showed me a lot of conservative chat. I appreciate that too, man. Ain't about my Wi-Fi, about some chat bootlicking Wi-Fi. You funny about the Wi-Fi shit. That's funny. What up, Patrick Beverly? What up? No, it's cool. I can get a stronger Wi-Fi. It's cool. Whatever it is, let's continue.
The fight against radical Islamist extremism. And there's a very poignant reason for that.
Hey, chat.
On the 11th...
13 Production, he in everybody's chat. This person is. He got the American flag, but he in everybody's chat that's conservative and talk negative. Energy.
Of September, in the year of 2001, 19 men murdered 3,000 people here in my country. Then that same enemy struck Europe, murdering nearly 200 commuters aboard trains in Madrid in 2004 and 52 more aboard London buses and the underground in the following year. The entire architecture of Western counterterrorism.
Okay, Mr. Scratch 1016, you are sellouts. How we sellouts? Nobody is selling us. Who's selling us? We ain't no plantation. We're not no slaves. We're not in the 1800s, the 1600s, bro. This is 2026. I'm a sellout. Yeah, come on. If I'm a sellout, but then sell your ass out the chat then. Sell your
was
ass out
rebuilt
the chat. How you coming to
from the studs around the singular traumatic event. That made sense at the time. Our job was to keep our people safe, and the realm of terrorism, the specter of global jihad, was the premier threat to their safety. And so we went to work, and we assembled a global coalition, working with many of the friends that are represented here in this room today, and we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. We killed al-Baghdadi and al-Zawahiri and bin Laden, and we built intelligence and law enforcement systems capable of anticipating and stopping attacks before the public even hears about them. Every country represented here today has disrupted a terrorist threat at some point emanating from this source. Jihadist attacks and plots in the United States are down by 2/3 since ISIS's peak. The number of people killed by jihadist terrorism in Europe dropped by roughly 97% from the year 2015 to the year 2024. In other words, to a very great extent, our counterterrorism strategy has worked. The threat has not disappeared, of course. It will continue to exist, particularly so long as we tolerate immigration systems that imports these threats directly into our respective homelands. But this threat has been severely diminished. The world looks very different today because of it.
They're still trying their best.
For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot. A blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics, in spite of the fact that in this room today, there are representatives from across the political spectrum, we will hear this kind of organized violence and terror will be dismissed. It will be dismissed as a partisan fiction. A whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi.
I'm glad you stopped by, Right? I'm finna get off soon. I've been live streaming about 3 hours and 30 minutes, if not longer than that. I'm gonna finish this video soon.
Group was a nefarious and murderous act of evil. It is. But a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism. Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just. That's the implication of how they treated. For years, this extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talked about political violence and extremism. It was repeated again and again until it was accepted as the neutral and objective baseline. So entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause.
When I get off, I'm going to do a short form video, probably a 5-minute video or 10-minute video after this, depending on what it is. I'm going to do a reaction video for you guys. I'm going to find something that's good. Keep the message going. We got this. Vote red in the midterms. Vote red, period.
It's why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image.
Where's the white
you all
woman
recall this of a news anchor from a very prominent agency.
Where they at?
A news anchor.
My wife's
standing
black.
in a neighborhood consumed in flames.
Woman.
Meanwhile, the cryon on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused. It was treated as sacrosanct.
It's like once you find out the truth, man, you can't go back. You know what I'm saying? It's like once you smoke cigarettes and they tell you it's destroying your lungs and you got lung cancer, why keep smoking this shit? Now you're just crazy insane.
Class unto itself. That era has to end.
Like,
the coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here today because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view of the world. Here. You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died.
This is my YouTube channel, you guys. Get a chance to check it out. Check it out, check it out. If you get a chance. Live streams, shorts, and long form video.
Executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter, the lights went out in Berlin. The longest blackout in the city since the Second World War, sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is, none of this that I've just described is new. Far-left political terrorism is not a study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. Here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression so long as they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image, maybe you all recall this, of a news anchor from a very prominent agency, a news anchor, standing in a neighborhood, consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself.
I'm cool with either or, Rubio or Vance, as long as both of them in office, vice president, president, it don't matter which role they're in, as long as we got both of them in office. When it comes to being vice president, presidency, both of them, either role, I'm with it.
That era has to end. The coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here today because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view of the world. You came here. You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died. executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter, the lights went out in Berlin. The longest blackout in the city since the Second World War, sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is, none of this that I've just described is new. Far-left political terrorism is not a recent-day modern novelty. It is not a fiction manufactured by conservative politicians. For most of the modern era, it was in fact the...
How come you Democrats and libtards keep on crying about the war? I'm not crying about the war. I'm not saying, hey man, I'm mad at Trump for having a war. Man, I didn't vote for this. Nobody in this channel, nobody in the chat saying that. But you liberals, you Democrats, y'all only want to cry about this shit. Y'all don't want to cry about the Doge check. Y'all don't want to cry about the stimulus check. Y'all always crying. We ain't saying nothing about this shit. We ain't saying about no Doge check, no stimulus check. We ain't saying nothing about this goddamn war. Yeah, we frustrated. Yeah, we pissed off. But since you've been in this chat, you have never heard anything about that shit. So why the fuck you bringing it up? On the real, man. Y'all just come on these chats and be just tripping. Hey, not no war. Like you voted for Trump. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, man. Grow up. The war going on now. It's like a mother having a baby. Or was it a baby here now? You have the baby, it's here now. Grow up and raise the child. It's like both parents having a child, they would don't fuss about it. The baby here now. Raise it. Stop complaining.
Dominant form of political violence. Every one of our friends here from the nations of the Western Hemisphere, remember the decades of kidnappings and bombings and assassinations and executions, the violent terror.
We know what Trump's doing. Trump's giving back the people to America. Trump is giving America back to the people, not the goddamn government. And that's what the socialists want to do. They want to freeze the rent so people can't pay for it, and then take over the property from the landlords and make it government rent, aka Section 8. Are y'all serious?
The Tupamaros, of the Monteceros, of the FARC, of the ELN. You remember the inhuman savagery of Peru's Shining Path, the Maoist fanatics who massacred the peasant villages of Peru, hacking pregnant women and newborn infants to death with axes.
Yeah, you see that chat? They come in that chat talking about some no new wars and gas prices. We ain't talking about none of that stuff. We ain't complaining about none of that. We talking about some real stuff.
And machetes. You remember the tens of thousands of Marxist guerrillas trained to kill in Castro's terrorist camps.
No problem.
All of you here from Europe, remember?
Thank you, guys.
You remember the machine gun massacres of Italy's Red Brigades, which held the 5-time prime minister captive for 55 days before subjecting him to a revolutionary so-called people's trial and executing him in 1978. You remember the Red Army faction's nearly 3-decade campaign of bombings, kidnappings, and assassinations in Germany, murdering dozens and injuring hundreds more. You remember the 17 November organization in Greece, the Marxist extremists that terrorized Athens for more than a quarter century, including, by the way, shooting my country's CIA station chief dead outside of his home, in front of his wife, as they were returning home from a Christmas party.
Wow.
And here in America, we remember We remember the same reign of deadly terror, justified by the same slogans, motivated by the same wicked ideas. We remember the Weather Underground, which bombed the Pentagon, which bombed the State Department, and bombed the Capitol.
No problem.
We remember the Black Liberation Army, which staged armed robberies and executed police officers at point-blank range. We remember the Symbionese Liberation Army, which shot.
You say I don't believe none of this? You don't gotta believe. All you do is sit there and listen and go from there. You know what I'm saying? Facts over feelings. Do more research. But what Marco Rubio was talking about, this is what he's saying, and go ahead and do your own research. Go to a library, get you a encyclopedia, and go from there. It's not that hard. That's what it's about anyway. You know what I'm saying? Remember back in the day, you go to the library, you ask for a certain book, and they give you a little card. You had to write your name on there, and they'll tell you where the section where the book is at. And that little card had a lot of information on that, and it was kind of small. You had to read that shit and figure out where the section at, where it was logged at. You had to go around the whole damn building to find your book. That shit was cool. You had to put a little long drawer out. You had to like search through it, thumb through it. You finally pick it up. Yeah, that shit was cool.
A public school superintendent to death with cyanide-packed hollow point bullets. In one 18-month period between 1971 and 1972, the FBI counted some 2,500 bombings on American soil, a rate of nearly 5 a day. The overwhelming share of that violence came from left-wing extremists. Between 1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left. These are numbers that would shock most Americans today because we've been taught to believe that this kind of political violence, it simply doesn't exist or it's being exaggerated. But it does exist,
MAGA, baby.
And we're actually underestimating it. And our nations bear the scars to prove it. And today we face a new wave of this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?" A healthcare...
Hey, chat, look at Dave. You neither is a war ballroom reflecting pool, but true, still paying for it. What? Nobody's paying for the ballroom. You got Amazon, Google, I think iPhone. You got Google, Amazon, a lot of billionaires paying for the ballroom. It's all private donors. But they ain't private no more, but we all know the names. But yeah, we're not paying for the ballroom. And if we are paying for the ballroom, we pay for all that shit to Ukraine. Stop it. You sent all that money to Ukraine. Y'all was happy with it. Y'all went to Ukraine flags. I stand with Ukraine. Y'all are retarded. Where your Ukraine flags at? Where your Ukraine pen is at? Nobody wearing it no more. Y'all was wearing that pen faithfully. Only when it was time. Now y'all ain't wearing it no more. Where your Palestine scarves? Y'all ain't wearing it no more. George Floyd dashikis. When George Floyd situation happened, when y'all George Floyd dashiki, when y'all was kneeling, what happened to that? Y'all ain't wearing it no more? Oh, it's over with. Oh, okay.
Executive executed in cold blood in the streets. Multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president, and the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation. a man who happened to also be a husband and the father of 2 young children, shot and killed while speaking.
Who cares about the pool, man? Who cares about the ballroom? The reflecting pool in the ballroom, guess what? It's an American soil. Fix it. Make it better. Fix it. How about that? If my money's going to the White House and it's going to reflecting pool to make it look better and presentable, then do it. I've been to the White House. I've been to Washington, D.C. Little and as I've been older. Washington, D.C. is a good place, but at the same time, it needs to be cleaned up. You had all the homeless people in front of the White House. You had all these crazy-ass 1960s, 70s banners and flags go date back years ago. People just sitting out there with them, stanking. That's some good historical facts in newspaper, but you got to clean that shit up. That shit got to be somewhere else. And then, have anybody in this chat, I know most of you guys in chat, but the ones, these liberals and Democrats, I don't think even been to the White House. I was like, have y'all even been to the White House? Y'all hate America, but y'all never been to the White House. It's like people don't like Chicago, but never been downtown. They're like, have you been downtown Chicago? No, man. Like, dang, have you ever been on a train in Chicago? It's not bad. People are stuck. They don't want to move around. Right, and when it comes to Chicago, it was an 8th grade trip thing. So in Chicago, 7th grade, you go to Springfield, you in 7th grade, and then 8th grade, you go to Washington, D.C. And you spend a couple of days down there. It's like you go for one day, you stay a couple of days. You go to Springfield first, 7th grade, 8th grade, you go to Washington, D.C. I had a great time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you paid, I think the trip was like $500. You take the Greyhound there with a Greyhound. You'll take a bus there and back. But that's for Springfield. We called the plane for Washington, D.C. Springfield, took the bus to Springfield. You call the plane to Washington, D.C. So yeah, 7th grade you go to Springfield, 8th grade you go to Washington, D.C. And that's my first time here on the plane going to Washington, D.C. for my 8th grade trip. And it was fun. I got plenty of pictures I can show you on my phone, young and old. I took my kids to Washington, D.C. You got a chance to see where the money get printed at. It was fun.
To a crowd of students, this is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can.
Yep.
This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalists or anti-imperialists or communists or anarchists or Marxists, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice and liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people who are only filled with ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. Through violence and through terror, they once again seek to impose their ugliness on all of us. The old dogma was wrong.
Thank you,
the old dogma was wrong. None of this is driven by idealism. It is not utopian.
You hear, man?
In fact, it is the opposite. One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice.
Shit, you fixed the border to start with that. The border.
It's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The world it envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exception, drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul. The world it envisions is a world without courage, a world without creativity, or ambition, a world without heroes, or glory, or great causes to strive towards, without a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things. and the world communism envisions is a world without God. For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them,
Dave, how Trump broke
it's
you,
an
man?
unbearable humiliation. A reminder of what they cannot do and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy. They attack pipelines.
That was a Democrat.
They attack railroads. They attack power grids and laboratories. The physical embodied symbols of power and invention and achievement. This is the nature of the terrorism we face today. They despise the West because the West is great.
There you go.
This is an international conference because we are facing we are facing a transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel, they train, and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the same enemies, sharing the same mission. Antifa militants and their comrades travel from across Europe and to the Americas to participate in each other's attacks, to funnel propaganda and training materials and target information through shared encrypted channels, moving through underground networks of safe houses and finance, and sustain their operations through transnational funds. And they work alongside hostile foreign states that share their mission, like Iranian proxy networks, who are increasingly intimately tied to leftist militant groups around the world. The Cuban regime's sprawling intelligence and ideological network helped to build the far left in our country and in our hemisphere. And it remains inextricably linked to the far left groups and movements across and beyond the West. Today's far left terrorists can raise money in one country. They can host their communications in a second country. They can receive training in a third country. They can recruit militant.
Dave, you a beta, man? Cause Trump said grab her by the pussy. That offends you as a man? Are you fucking serious, bro? That was a conversation he had with another man. It's called locker room talk, man. Don't be soft like that, bro. By him saying that should not offend you. As a grown man, by him saying that to another grown man, that should not offend you by him saying grab it by the pussy. The fuck out of here, man. Stop it. Guess what? My wife, she voted for Trump. She heard all the dumb shit, all the narrative, all the stupid shit. And she still voted for Trump. He said, grab it by the pussy. I'm not gonna vote for him. That's stupid as hell. That's petty.
In a fourth country, and then together strike a target in a fifth country. And so
And then if you listen to the content, he said it. If you a celebrity, you a king, you got money, you that nigga, you that person, females gonna let you touch them by the pussy. Period. Females gonna let you do anything to them. I'm not saying all of them, but majority of the females, when it comes to you being a celebrity, you can do some real shit with them. R. Kelly peed on the chick. Are you serious? R. Kelly peed on the chick. She was cool with it.
have no choice but to confront this menace together. We will either cooperate across our borders, or the terrorists will continue to exploit the gaps between them.
You're disgusting.
Under President Trump, for the first time, the United States is building the infrastructure, the partnership, and the strategy to defeat the scourge of far-left terror. The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent...
Hey, y'all, Dave Perfect. Dave Perfect, you guys. So everything that Trump did, Dave didn't do. Dave didn't think like that. Dave is perfect. Dave Jesus, y'all. I didn't know that. Hey, Dave, welcome to the chat. I didn't know you was Jesus. What's up, man? Dave is perfect. He ain't vote for Trump because Trump said you can't. He grabbed a chick by the pussy. You serious, man? Fuck out of here.
Far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon. In December, we announced Rewards for Justice, offering up to $10 million for information disrupting the financing behind these groups. In May, we convened the first...
I said it. I'm gonna lose subscribers for me saying that. No, I'm not, because I'm speaking the truth. Grow up, man. Get out your feelings. Don't come in people's chats with your feelings, man. Come in the chat to have some fun. Come in the chat to learn. Watch some videos. Learn something. Get out your feelings. For real. That's crazy, man. A grown man talking about what another man said years ago.
Counterterrorism Law Enforcement Workshop, joining American law enforcement officials and their counterparts in our partner country nations together to map and develop strategies for dismantling these networks. The next workshop will be co-hosted with our partners in Germany. The coalition we're building together is already bearing fruit, and we are here today to build on that work. We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat it, just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through intelligence and information sharing, through coordinated law enforcement strategy, through financial targeting and disruption.
So if your wife would do all this stuff, so why you come on my chat talking all this goofy shit? That's crazy as hell. Respect you and your family, man. Much love to you and your family. All respect to your family, on the real. But you can't be, you're a beta male, man. You're a beta. That's okay, that's you. Do you.
We will dismantle these networks brick by brick. It is time for the people of the civilized world to defend ourselves, to stand united against this encroaching darkness and fight for what is ours. It is easy to destroy great things. It is far more difficult to make them. The enemies of civilization are only capable of the former. They are only capable of destroying great things. All they know is destruction. But we have built great things together. We have done it time and again. We know what we must do, and now we must do it. Thank you for coming today. It's the protection of its country.
Yeah, Dave, why you put your wife in this, man? Dave, you could let your wife up out of this. You having a, you know what I'm saying, conversation about you, not your wife. No disrespect, nothing like that, Dave, but yeah, you kind of putting this on yourself. All right, Nathan. Trump and Putin sucks. All right, we got that out the way. Trump and Putin sucks. All right. Anything else? I don't live off my wife. That's good. You should live off your wife. That's good. That's good. That's good. Nobody should. Should be a team thing. Yeah, because why would you bring your wife up? What grown man that's married like that just bring your wife out of nowhere? Like, why would you do that, Dave? That's funny. I'm glad you love your wife. That's a great thing to show that you have compassion for your wife. But this conversation is something that not needed to be done. It's called first impression. You know that, right, Dave? It's called first impression. Yeah, Nathan sucks too. Because him to keep saying the same thing over and over again to get our attention. I appreciate it, boy. I'm glad I'm a conservative, boy. We got a lot of attention on this side, man. I appreciate it. We love you guys, Dave. We love you, Dave. We love you. Trump wear diapers? Well, he should. He's fucking, what, 80 years old? Shit. Put on the Depends, Trump. Trump, put on the Depends on, Trump. Don't be like Joe Biden and get caught your pants down. Poopy Pants Joe. Yeah, remember that dumbass shit they had that commercial where it's the MAGA men voted, but yet they had the females secretly supposed to have voted for Kamala. I'm like, y'all stupid as hell for that dumbass shit. That shit was stupid as hell. Yeah, I had to convince my wife to go vote for Trump. She got her own mind. She see for herself. She see the dumb shit. The corruption of the Democrat Party. But I'm going to get up out of you guys. I'm going to end this with you guys. I'm going to make a video. Probably about a 3-minute, maybe 5-minute video. I'll be back for you guys. I appreciate it. Hit the all button. Subscribe. Pray for each other. Pray for healing. Pray for forgiveness.